Well, it caught me by surprise when I looked into the eyes of a girl so beautiful and so delightful. With luscious hair and crimson skin, her passion knows no bounds. You'll fall in love with this courtesan tonight. She's your ruby, a singer by the sea, fulfilling all your fantasies. You're the ruby. If you follow down her horns, they'll always lead to more. Ruby, 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 ruby. Well, it caught me by surprise when
I've got to be the one, the only one who can withstand the test and be the best, and got to strive, keep up the drive, be a master. It takes a certain kind of skill, and I won't stop until 150 Pokemon are mine. I must define the art of capture. To be a master, Pokemon master, and I will be writing a brand new chapter. Pokemon Go, go. Na 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 na.
Yo, yeah, it's all about the evolution of the Pokemon.
Got my badges and my Pokeball. Ha! Got my buddy Pikachu to help me try to catch 'em all.
Yo, it's all about the evolution of the Pokemon. The training, attaining, and being part of the phenomenon. Be a Pokemaster icon. Ha! Team Rocket will be long gone. But first you gotta know about the different types: grass, fire, ground, flame, electric, water, rock, flying ice, normal, bug, ghost, fighting, and dragon.
Oh my god, I like it!
To be a master, Pokemon master, I will be writing a brand new chapter. To be a master, Pokemon master, and I will be striving to be the greatest master. Pokemon Go, go. Na 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 na.
Yo, like I said before, it's all about the evolution of the Pokemon.
believe that I would concede and let someone trample on me. You strung me along, I thought I was strong, but you were just gaslighting me. I've opened my eyes and counted the lies, and now it is clearer to me. You are just a user and an abuser, living vicariously. I never believed that I would concede and get myself blown asunder. You strung me along, I thought I was strong, but you have just pushed me under. I've opened my eyes and counted the lies, and now it is clearer to me. You are just a user and an abuser, and I refuse to take it. Counter-attack and playing you at your own game. I'm cutting you out, a shadow of doubt is gonna hang over your name. I've opened my eyes, I see your disguise, I will never see you the same. I know how to win before you begin, I'll shoot you before you take aim. Now I'm coming back, a counter-attack, a psychological war. I'm cutting you in, I'm under your skin, now I'm gonna settle the score. I've opened my eyes, I see your disguise, I will never see you the same. I know how to win before you begin, I'll shoot you before you take aim.
way. There's got to be a way.
I mean, it's the song. So, I did it faithfully, I guess. Ish. What's up? What's up, everybody? What's good to all? Nobody useful first in the queue, first in the chat. How you doing? XCMG, welcome back. V-Hype, welcome back. Weeb of Canada, welcome back. Uniform Prod also here with us. We appreciate y'all. Welcome back, guys. So, first order of Pounds Like a Sam. Also, we back. Oh, we back. I'm going to my house right now, but add me to the queue, please. Okay, dokie. I guess if you're driving and stuff, I have a civic duty. Oh, or you could add yourself. I don't claim any responsibility for any. I do not condone texting and driving, legally speaking. Bad ideas. How's everyone doing? Weeb of Canada, you're sick today. That sucks. Sucks to be sick. Sick sucks. Sicknesses suck. Now you're walking. Okay, cool. We're staying safe. We're staying safe. Guys, welcome back. Gonna be home in 15. We'll see you then. But I think you got a few minutes before that anyways, in either case. Welcome back. I'm gonna close this door here because I know that I get loud when people are trying to work in this household. Last week was a lot of fun. I gotta say, I had a lot of fun roasting y'all. So, well, thank you for all our subs being a part of that stream. That was hilarious. I had so much fun. And hearing some of y'all roast me as well was just equally as awesome, honestly. Finding the work that I'm like, oh, Christ. And then hearing y'all roast me for it, which well-deserved. So thank y'all for that. My favorite part was the voice chat. I would say that was one of my favorite parts as well, when I was playing my music and hearing your voice going through shit. That was fucking hilarious. Last week was a blast. I'm glad, Sam. I'm glad, because that was, for me too, I had a lot of fun with that. So yeah, we back. We're going to do the same old thing that we usually do, some feedback. The fuzziness in higher frequencies was annoying. Go fuck yourself. This guy bringing it back to something that I said about some AI music. Look at this bitch. Look at this bitch. Welcome back, Pounds Like a Sam. I deserve your sarcasm. You were there last week, so was Weeb. We got some subs, and speaking of some things that subs are a part of, it actually happened. I said, like you should be part of the team, and I tend to agree. Well done. Appreciate you. I don't know why the animation didn't happen on my screen. It's supposed to be like a bright little star. But anyways, whatever. Like that, something like that. But thank you, Pounds Like a Sam, clapping for the Unidab notebook, ladies and gentlemen. If you are a subscriber and you are on Discord for the past few weeks at least, or if not the past month, I'd say, you will know this will come as no surprise to you. Although it's backwards in the camera, it signifies the next notebook that we will be using for the foreseeable future for this stream while we take our notes. So thank you for deciding. Thank you for contributing. My ears almost died hopping in here. I had my headphone gain turned up super high from a Zoom call I was on. Well, shit. Welcome back either way, Beignet. And sorry for your ears. You just got to remember those frequencies, those volumes in the like Zoom calls and stuff like that, they're super low. People don't know how to set volumes, so you have to crank yourself up, and then when you change sources, it's always a nightmare. It's something that I have to constantly be aware of in like corporate sound gigs, where I'm mixing literally corporate people speaking on microphones that don't know how to talk, and I turn them super high up, and then the next person I have to like instinctually bring it back down and slowly bring it back up. Anyways. Girl Code plays, is it normal for camera lag? No, there shouldn't be any. Guys, is there any camera lag? I'm not seeing any unusual camera lag on my end. y'all let me know. Looks fine to me. There's a little bit no lag here. It's probably going to be a server thing unless Pounds Like a Sam, you're seeing perfect results. Let me see if I could do something about something. Maybe I could. Is the cameras behind the audio? Is that what's happening here? Is that what we're experiencing right now? Frosty, can you help me make my beats? I can help you improve your beats. I can't help you make it unless you pay for that. Camera is behind on the audio. Okay, so let's do this. Let's delay the audio by about 25 milliseconds. Let's see how that happens. Somewhere between 50 and 150, most probably. Okay. Somewhere between. Now I see it too. Yeah, okay. So here's the thing, guys. I could keep delaying this, so I'm gonna set it to 50 milliseconds. 25 is better, but still behind. Let's set it to 100. Girl Code plays with the follow. Thank you very much. I'll set it to 100 milliseconds, and we'll call it there. We'll say that. That's about that. By the way, Mike, I didn't add the 420 milliseconds rule in the track I'm showing today, and you will hear me speak of you. You will hear me speak of that to you, is what I should say. All right, folks, we got a couple people in the queue. We got a couple people watching. So let us get into this, shall we, together. Let's start by the beginning. With Nobody Useful. You are the first in the queue, and you're a subscriber at this point, which means that you get the 15-minute review time, which is cool. We get to take our time. We get to make jokes. We get to crack open the beer, if you will. But please go ahead, Nobody Useful, drop your link in the chat now, if you would. I thank you kindly. Meaning, speaking of you guys in the chat, just lost my lunch. What did I miss? Oh, that's sad. Can you help me with my music? I will do my best. Camera behind. Okay, we already did all that. Nah, Frosty, I need improvement. Yeah, well, if you do need improvement, you could join the queue. Command join in the chat will get you there. We'll see what we can do about your music. We could probably help you. All right. I want to hear that. Bad weeb. I use BandLab. Is that good? No. SoundCloud only. That is the, one rule I have of this. SoundCloud only is, the only condition. It's free. It's easy to use. It's easy to upload. I uploaded a song yesterday, and it took me literally... No, actually, I uploaded 9 songs on my SoundCloud yesterday, and it only took me approximately 20 minutes to do so. So, if you join now in the queue, you'll have plenty of time, Frosty, to join us. Speaking of SoundCloud, ladies and gentlemen, I do have your link pulled up here. Nobody. I got it here, and once again, I have to point out just like every time, I would love this. I love this. Support Nobody. That is my favorite thing about your SoundCloud page. But just for a little self-plug here, folks, my SoundCloud now has a couple of my cover tracks available on there to listen to stream, to see if you want to see what I make in general. You've been hearing a lot of music on the intro of the stream, and that's cool and everything, but let's zoom in a little bit. Let's get ourselves a little tighter angle here. Yeah, I changed camera positionings recently, so we're gonna get a more intimate view here. But yeah, guys, it's soundcloud.com/the_studio_Mike. And if you guys want to listen to some of the stuff that I make, including some of the stuff that you'll hear on the intro of the stream, the kind of music that I make, all there. So have fun, enjoy when you're at your leisure. Except we're not here for that. We've Canada only using Windows Movie Maker. Can we hear one of the new ones? One of the new ones. You want to hear one of the new ones? I'll tell you what. I'll give you a preview of something that I just literally exported, but that has been made for years. like it has been literally in my hard drive, doing nothing, missing literally 2 vocal lines. So I plugged those in. Why is it taking so long though? That's crazy. That's crazy. So roastable, not today, motherfucker. But yeah, here's a song from Pokemon for your enjoyment that you heard from the beginning of the stream as well. If it wants to load, of course.
I've got to be the one, the only one who can withstand the test and be the best, and got to strive, keep up the drive, be a master. It takes a certain kind of skill, and I won't stop until 150 Pokemon are mine. I must define the art of capture. To be a master, Pokemon master, and I will be right there. A brand new chapter. Pokemon go, go. Na 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 na.
Yo, yeah. It's all about the evolution of the Pokemon.
All right. So that's all your guys are getting. If you want to hear me rap in the second verse, you can absolutely go and stream that. The_studio_Mike on SoundCloud.com. Go check that shit out. All right, but before we enjoy any stupidities that I may have gotten up to in my very ample free time, let's listen to "I'm So Tired of Trying to Exist." Indeed, nobody. I see now what you meant by the title of your track will define how you are feeling, if that's something about what you said. Something like that. Yeah, either way. Well, let's listen to it together, and let's talk about it thereafter. Here we go, 15 minutes on the clock. V-Hype, that is the time remaining on the review, including listening time. So there's no more track time limits, period. You just get 10 minutes of listening time if you have no subscription, 15 if you're tier 1, 20 if you're tier 2, and 30 if you're tier 3. We get to really dick around and I like pull out Logic projects and shit to show you like my opinion, like how we can really make it big on a tier 3 subscription. But for now, we got 15 minutes together with nobody. So let's listen to "I'm So Tired of Trying to Exist." Buddy, are you okay, buddy? Like, do we need to talk? We'll talk after. How about that? Let's listen now. Oh, here we go. I said. Why isn't this playing? Oh, I'm stupid. I have the whole fucking thing muted. Okay, I'll restart the timer. I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. that was such a flop. That was so anticlimactic. That was such. Thank you for the follow, Kuya. I appreciate your patience either way. I'm good for now. Me too, homie. Me too. Hang in there, buddy. Let's listen to your song and let's at least make that better. I don't know about your life. We'll see if your music can make your life better. Let's try. I'm so tired of trying to exist, but same. Here we go. Okay, interesting track. A bit of a soundscape that's going on here. No, none of this. I hate this autoplay. How do you turn autoplay off on fucking SoundCloud? I hate that so much. Yeah, XCMG, I appreciate you. I appreciate you clarifying it a little bit for Kuya. Because yes, Kuya, you could make a free SoundCloud account and upload it privately. Okay, let's talk about this a little bit. I'm going to go through a few parts just to make sure that I didn't miss here at the end specifically, because it was one element blending into the other by the end. First of all, easy one, I think we all probably noticed, unless it was just a playback error. The first thing, 420 milliseconds, nobody. I don't know if we talked about this with you specifically. Or if you're, I'm not sure, are one who's been around when I constantly, repetitively give this advice. But it's been a subject that I have to keep repeating at this point, and it bears repeating. Add silence at the beginning of your song, 420 milliseconds worth before bar 1, beat 1, so that your song does not get cut off by the SoundCloud or other platforms. We're missing that first dynamic, that first transient of that piano. Speaking of the piano, let's talk about this piano a little bit. I think that gave a Girl Code that gave you Interstellar vibes. Yeah, I mean, it does definitely feel like that sort of crescendo moment right at the end when he's in the Tesseract there. So yeah, it does give me sort of like a peak drama moment in a way. It does, for sure. I'll say one thing that before we get into this really meaty, sort of heavy emotional factor here, like a good aesthetic that has been begun to be established here. So I like that you've made decisions to like your personality for your song is there. Now all you need to do is reinforce it. And what I mean by this is a few things. So first of all, for your piano, let's go back to that. Let's take a look at when your piano drops down an octave from the beginning. And I want to show you something that if you don't play piano, you don't really think about it. You just think like, well, this is the notes that I want played there. But something that a pianist would, I said pianist, something that a pianist would definitely take into consideration when playing which notes where is a sustain pedal. Let's go to this section here. I find that you go from super legato here because high notes, when you don't push on a sustain pedal, don't necessarily, they almost like they ring out in your ears a little longer inherently. So you kind of have this almost presence of air from these high notes that remain even after you let go of those notes. Something about those high notes on a piano, it kind of resonates with us humans, with ears. But low notes don't do the same thing, and that at that point would be the part where I'd say you're going to want to throw a sustain pedal on there so that your notes remain, like linger over time, so that feeling sort of carries over one note onto the next. So that's important. Because again, it loses momentum when we're getting this super emotional feeling, and then suddenly we get this almost staccato piano feel going on here, and then I'm like, You see, like it's missing the in-between notes that are kind of like, they're jarring us and they're taking us a little bit out of that sort of very spacey vibe. And it repeats itself a couple of times throughout this song, where you have moments that would probably benefit from a sustain pedal or sustained notes. At least you could just drag the notes themselves and make them longer, but all of these moments here, I can hear multiple layers of piano. Like, this isn't realistic necessarily. A pianist wouldn't be able to play this with all their fingers. And that's fine. That's like, again, we're not doing it necessarily for the realism of the piano. We're doing it for the sound, for the feel. But there are some moments where I would like for that piano to like really linger, you know, and just stick around mostly. It's like I want the piano to stay with us and to sort of carry us one note into the next. So that's that. What else do we got? I wonder if in this track you could benefit from some like glitchy sort of notes and glitchy sort of samples, vinyl effects, almost like errors in the audio. I wonder if this song could benefit from something like that, having a little more of soundscapey kind of vibe. That's my personal, like, the thing is that once we get into these sections here, we've gotten to a point where we don't really have anything that's keeping this song moving forward or moving up. It's kind of sort of staying at the same level. You tried that, didn't like it in the end, so I ditched it. Okay, in that case, that was my first contingency. It's like it would be the easiest to do. I think you might have a string section to put together, or maybe even just a string solo, like a violin or a viola or even a cello with this low timbre. I think maybe a cello would be the middle point, the middle ground, if you will, that I think would be able to tell a second story. Because this story, don't get me wrong, you have that piano that is kind of the main character. But a main character interacts with not only the environment around them, they interact with a third element, and it's usually conflict. So whether that be another person, whether that be like another character in a story, whether that be like the environment itself fighting back, whether it be the character versus himself, you know, like you have conflict is a third character, if you like, not a third character, but a third element, if you will, in any story. And one could argue that the chord progression is sort of taking the character along this journey, along his conflict. Yes, to an extent, but I don't think it's taking us all the way there. This feels very subdued. This feels very background music. Like this, don't get me wrong, this is the kind of thing I would loop when I'm playing D&D and I need like a character intense like role play moment or like a super intense combat decision that a character has to take. This is the kind of music that I would put in the background. But the reason that it works in the background is because it's not super busy, like there's not much going on in the song. And that's not an error per se. It's just as for a song to exist on its own, to stand on its own two legs, if you will, metaphorically, it just needs more than something that hovers. It needs just another like sort of enriching factor, something that gives this chord progression its wow factor, its personality. And I think a dance with another element such as a viola or a cello might be a really nice element. We'll definitely keep it in mind, but my music is mainly intended to be background music. Oh, well then, mission fucking accomplished. I mean, like, you know, to be paired with videos I'ma make in Blender. Well, there you go. So I mean, like, that is accomplishing that goal quite nicely then, if I do say so myself. I would still work on the piano's sustain pedal in general because it does have it does still have like it's taking away from its own momentum vibe kind of thing. The last thing I would say is you have a little bit of them. I see the swells. Was it here? Yeah, like there's not really those. So those things, that transitionary effects is essentially what I'm going to tell you next. Because while we don't need delineation between sections, we certainly feel less inclined to guess which section should be like more intense, which section should be more dramatic. So the delineation between sections is not critical, but I feel like it would help you emphasize what you want to from each section, like which sections should be more important or should be feeling like they're building up to something. The shape of this song does kind of remain a little bit like this, and then it does build up a little bit like this. And I'm not talking about the physical like look of the waves. I'm talking about the energy, the attention to storytelling that we've put into this. There is a bit of a build and then a bit of a dip and then like a last little flourish at the end. Those things do exist in this song, but they're very subdued. I would say probably to like get us some like swells in there, get us some like percussion, maybe something that like just starts a bar, like big swelling, not swelling, but a big cascading percussion that kind of like echoes itself out, and then you don't have to play it for like another 8 bars, 16 bars. Just again, stuff that delineates your sections a little bit more to the attention of, to the intention of what you're going for in each section. Because again, right now the intensity that I'm feeling is basically only being driven by the piano and some background effects that sort of frame the piano a little bit. But if you put really a lot more thought and attention to detail into the piano, the sustain pedal specifically, the velocity as well, some accents might need to be really emphasized, like some notes might really need to be slammed as like kind of a establishment of your dynamic range, if you will, like what's the loudest and the lowest point of your song. That would be good, I think, in this particular case. But that's pretty much all I had to say about it anyways. It's a good aesthetic. You have a nice sort of story being laid out here, and it is something that in general for background will sit nicely, if you will. It won't interfere too much, which is good. That's what you're going for, right? So there you go. Thanks. We'll try something. I already got some ideas. How long would you guess it took me for this? I'm going to say, because you're asking, it might be either impressive or depressing. So I'm going to say it's either 6 hours or like 8 weeks are my guesses. It's either impressively quick, it came out like on its own almost, or it took you surprisingly longer. 37 hours. Okay. So like, there you go. So it's like, I am completely off. 37 hours of work essentially, and you were done. Big D, I thought it was funny too. Okay, well, 37 hours is still pretty good. Still pretty good for considering its stage of finishing, how little we have left to do to it to really enhance the elements that are already there. Pretty good for 37 hours. I'll show you guys some shit that I did in a couple hours a couple of days ago, and it's so far. It still needs so much work. Anyways, thank you either way, Nobody Useful, for allowing us to listen to the song online, for allowing us to talk about it, provide comments, criticism, feedback, analysis, what have you. Thank you for also being the first entry in the Unidab notebook. That's nice. You got your own little spot here. So that's fun. That's fun. Either way, it was a good track. You're making nice background music. So that's what you're doing, right? You're wanting to do that. So that's actually pretty good. You've done a pretty good job about that. So thank you either way, Nobody Useful, for trusting us with your track. No, thank you. You are awesome. You are awesome. You are awesome. You are here and you are helping us have material to play. So I would say you are awesome. Either way, thank you, Nobody, for trusting us with your track. We appreciate it. Stick around. nobody. If you want to give yourself an opportunity to hear someone else's music as well, and perhaps learn a thing or two from their review. And next on the docket, XCMG, already pulling up your link, my G. My MG, I suppose. Beat and vocals by you. Okay. Okay, dog. Okie dokie, dog. What do you guys think of this space behind you while I'm waiting for this to load? It would be nice if there was like a rack of amps right there, like guitar amps, right? That would be nice. Like right now it's just my backpack and a stool. But like, nice little rack of guitar amps right there, just beside the light. Would be nice, right? I think so. I will for 20-ish more minutes, then I'm gonna have to go to bed. Bed? It's like 4... Oh, wait, it's true. We live in different parts of the world. I forget that this is the internet. Yeah, where are you from? Where are you from? Nobody. Are you from the UK? Is that why it's kind of late? Is that a lamp or bucket hat? The answer to that question is yes. Believe it or not. A stack of pizza boxes would look nice. Sure. I'm from Serbia. Oh, geez. Yeah, you will have to go to bed, eh? That's a pretty stark time difference. So yeah, that makes total sense. But to answer your question, I believe it was Weeb. No, it was XCMG. This is the bucket hat. This is my favorite. This is my favorite bucket hat in the world. As in, it's my only bucket hat that I like, because I hate bucket hats usually. But it's comfy and it's funny and I like it. It's 10:17 p.m. right now and I wake up at 4 a.m. Go to bed, dude. What? Don't even stick around for another review. I mean, I'm happy to have you. Don't get me wrong. Stick around if you wish. But Jesus Christ, 4 a.m. is rough. That is very, very true, Big D. IKEA one, indeed. XCMG, I love that. IKEA, indeed. But yeah, I get it, man. Working that early is brutal. It is fucking brutal. Okay. Either way, stick around if you'd like. Nobody useful. You're among friends here. We have XCMG, aka RL. What's with all the letters? You gonna pick a word at some point? We have your song pulled up here and ready to go. So let's listen to it together and talk about it. We got 10 minutes on the clock. Let's go. You like letters? So do I, but they spell words. Here we go.
Back again, don't pretend we don't talk, but she is sent new locations. You told your girls you done with me, then text I miss your hands. I ain't even hit you back, you in the Uber with no plans. Smell like Dior, dress like sin. I know just where this stands. We don't speak on what we are, we just speak in body language. Heard he took you to Miami, but you FaceTime me from there. Said he corny with his lines. I've been real since what I said. Got your playlist, follow me. Now I'm Paco with instead. You just like the way I move. Real low key, but break the head. Back again. Shawty said she wouldn't know she back again. Silk dress, heels on, hardcore, but she acting dead. Told me don't fall, but I'm slipping when she back in. This ain't loving what we always doing that again. She like drama, I like stylist, but we both love that alignment. Netflix playing, but that volume always ending violence. She said don't save me, I said that. Then she came to stay for hours. Now she posting when I call, playing sweet but moving foul. You can't fake a real connection. Shawty knows just what I'm about. Ain't no filters on her when she send it. I'm the one she trusts. He bought purses, I get presents. That's the difference between us. Back again, don't pretend we don't talk, but she is sent.
Okay. A couple of things. The Dawn Maiden, thank you for following, joining the queue. We appreciate you. So I don't have much to say about this track, I'll be honest. I might not need 10 minutes to talk about it, but let's talk really quickly about the vocals because it's the thing that I think needs the most work here. Uniform Prod seems to be dropping you a beat also for this song. Sure, go ahead and share your music, I suppose. But we're going to talk about this song and not necessarily another beat. I think your vocals, the production is not doing the vocals justice. I think it's the opposite. I think the vocals aren't doing the production justice. I don't think the vocals are finished. I don't think they're properly arranged, and I don't think that they're properly accompanied. You have one of the vocal tracks that you need for this song. But what about your doubles? What about your ad-libs? What about some other melodies? What about some harmonies? What about all of these things that you have not added into this song? And I think that the beat itself is getting there, but not quite there yet. Okay, let's start with some specifics either way. If you want to switch beats with Uniform Prod, you do what the hell you want, but I'm going to focus on this one here. Let's listen to this. The intro itself was nice and spacey, I will say that.
Back again, don't pretend we don't talk, but she is sent new locations.
The vocals are well placed, but you sort of faded away from these vocals with a high pass filter or a low pass filter kind of quickly. I would have let it breathe and then high pass your delays only.
New locations.
Like same old, like let it speak once. You know what I mean? Let us hear the vocals once before you low pass them. And the delays can absolutely be low pass. I think that's actually a good idea. Once we come into the beats drop here,
With meat and sex, I miss your hands. I ain't even.
I have a problem with the volume of the volume and the EQing of these vocals. So I feel like they're a little bit too emphasizing on they emphasize the highs and the high mids a little bit too aggressively. I would bring those down probably at least 3 dB, if not more, like somewhere around like 4 to 6K. Give yourself a nice cut in those, not 4 to 6K, more, I'd say between 3 to 5K actually. Between 3 and 5K, that frequency that is kind of aggressive needs a cut, a severe cut. Also, we could, because we're going to be cutting a little bit away from that, I would say maybe give yourself a little bit less high pass, like a little bit more breathing room on high pass wise. Like actually have some lows come through on your vocal mix here, you know? And then once all of that's done, then maybe the volume would be appropriate. But even then, I still believe that your vocals will still be too loud for what we've got going on. Because when we have a beat this loud, it's good.
Miss your hands. I ain't even.
Kick is juicy, and I like the way it stands out so aggressively. I'm actually a fan of it. And the snare, I don't think needs to be louder than that.
Kiss you back, you in the Uber with no plans. Smell like Dior.
Those vocals might be just out of place volume-wise. They might just need a nudge back 1 or 2 dB, even after those EQ corrections. Okay, next note is not about your vocals. Again, I've spoken about the vocals already. I think you have some rearranging to do here. But we'll get back to that. For now, let me talk about the track a little bit. Where's your sub exactly? Maybe that's why Uniform Prod wants to drop you a beat. Also because he's self-promoting shamelessly on someone else's stream, but that's okay too, I suppose. There is no sub in this song.
Perhaps you'll you just like the way I move.
Suggestion of a sub here.
On paper with instead. You just like the way I move. Back again. Shawty's dress heels.
There's a suggestion. There's an echo. There's sort of a roundness that would be the space where a sub would go. But if we have a heavier bass in general, we will see that this track is gonna fill itself up a little bit more. It's meant to be like chill late night downtown song. I could see that. How that's the case. That said, your song is missing something from one frequency spectrum, and that is your low end. Because you have those kicks, which are good. That I like how dominating they are. And I agree that the bass doesn't need to be super heavy, but it needs to be at least a little bit there. It is an F. That's a little loud. Let's see this with just a little bit more bass. Let's try it.
You told your girls you done with me, then text I miss your hands. I ain't even hit you back, you in the Uber with no plans. Smell like Dior, dress like sin. I know just where this lands. We don't speak on what we are, we just speak in body language. Heard he took you to Miami, but you FaceTime me from there. Said he corny with his lines. I've been real since what I said. Got your playlist, follow me. Now I'm Paco with instead. You just like the way I move. Real low key, but break the head.
It's filling in a pocket that I really enjoy. I really think it's going to be great. With a little bit of exactly what V-Hype said. Try adding just a simple sub. A simple sine wave would make it sound so much better. And sidechain that shit. Sidechain that shit to hell with the bass. Also, ladies and gentlemen, our newest subscriber, my buddy Hugo, Sideshow Hugo, with his own emoji, by the way. That's that guy. Thank you very much. Merci, Hugo. Pour supporter le stream. Stick stem, mon gars. Fucking amazing, this guy. Damn, that sounds so better. I agree. I think a little sub on that is gonna really round it out. Figure out I've never subscribed. Yeah, it's weird that you haven't. Either way, it's good to have you as part of the team now. I appreciate you. Okay, let me talk about one last thing here. These vocals.
Smell like Dior, dress like sin. I know just where this lands. We don't speak on what we are, we just speak in body language.
Okay, that melody repeats itself. It repeats itself a lot. But then you do have a vocal B section here.
Now on paper again. Shawty said she wouldn't know she back again. Still.
Okay, last thought here. Cut that section that you have, all of this section here. Cut it in half. Put this B section vocal there in the middle of those two. Suddenly, your track will be fresh as fuck. It'll just sound like it's moving forward. It's like just rethinking the arrangement of your song a little bit and applying a little bit of creative songwriting technique to break up the monotony of a vocal that just keeps repeating itself over and over, and just adding your B section in between almost as a pre-verse, post-chorus, pre-chorus, post-verse kind of thing. I'm telling you, the vocals will sound like they're doing their own thing entirely, and it's going to sound so much more special. But either way, thank you. Either way, that's pretty much all I had to say about your track, one way or the other, XCMG. Let's get some sub on this track. It's necessary. A simple sine wave sidechain to hell from that with that giant kick. We want to leave that kick all the place that it needs. Let's get some doubles for your vocals. Let's get some ad-libs. You have some down tunings at the end of phrases. That's good. But I would add some subtle doublings here and there just to almost phase your vocals. Even adding a phaser on it here and there, adding effects, throw-ons, reverb throw-ons, and throw-offs. Those kind of things will amp up a very simple one vocal track and make it sound, punch it up a little bit and make it sound a little more changing. It will flow into, it'll feel like a living, breathing entity is what it will do. And lastly, and most importantly, if anything, the vocals on your lead track here do need to get brought down in the high mids a little bit, get boosted in the low mids, in my opinion, and drop down in volume to sit properly within that mix. Tune that up a little bit with your sub. It might not need it if you add a sub. You might not need to bring the volume down. But those frequencies, either way, they do need some recalibration on that EQ, either way. So thank you, XCMG, for allowing us to listen to the song online together, talk about it, provide comments, criticism, feedback, analysis, what have you. We appreciate you. It's super chill. It's a super chill song. And I think that it's almost done, compositionally speaking. Then you got to figure out what that will do to its mix. But it's almost done on a compositional level. You need to basically finish writing this song. Yeah? Either way, thank you, XCMG, aka RL, for trusting us with your track. We appreciate you. And stick around as we delve into the next review, and that will be V-Hype, who has been patiently waiting as well. We got your track is being pulled up currently. Sideshow Hugo, man, what a gentleman, and a scholar coming in here going, hey Mike, I don't have any music to send to you, but you're my buddy and I'm gonna support you, and I appreciate that so much, Hugo. Merci mon gars. Hugo and I just went to see a deathcore show a couple days ago, and it was awesome. Really good music. We were really surprised. Well, not surprised. There was the headliner was Chelsea Grin, which is considered to be also subscribed. Look at this. These people supporting the stream in the way that they do. We appreciate every one of y'all. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you so much. So we went to see a deathcore show, and it was Chelsea Grin that was headlining, and that was great. But it was wait. I got this. Shadow of Intent was opening for them, and then opening for them was, I forget who it was. Palme d'Or to Shadow of Intent. Yeah, like honestly, the Shadow of Intent was amazing, and so was the first band. I forget who it was. It wasn't Despised Icon. It was Disembodied Tyrant. Was it? Signs of the Swarm. Signs of the fucking Swarm. Yeah, like it was just a great show. It was a great show. I made myself some steak with cube cut oven fries and pasta with tomato sauce and mozzarella. I'm enjoying the fuck out of it right now. That sounds so fucking good. Oh my god, dude. Yeah, that sounds so tasty. I'm so hungry all of a sudden, and I just had Parmesan and crackers before the stream, so now I just want some food now. But yeah, Signs of the Swarm, Disembodied Tyrant, Shadow of Intent, and Chelsea Grin that closed. I heard Disembodied Tyrant for the first time too, not long ago, and was blown away. They were fucking. That was the first band, right, Hugo? That was the first band, Disembodied Tyrant. Don't forget, I'm a Michelin chef. Uniform. Goddamn, dude. I wish I could taste some of your cuisine. Honestly, I'm inspired by that shit. You know, you make me want to eat now. Yep, with the Vivaldi song. Yeah, they have a song, Winter. I went to that show in my city. What a killer lineup. It was great, wasn't it? Wasn't it great? Disembodied Tyrant was so good. So good. I was surprised. I'm used to mixing metal shows at like small bars, because that's like where I'm at in the musical mixing scene, like live scene at least. I'm doing smaller to mid-sized venues, and I'm used to doing metal shows with like 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 bands that are all like okay, but then there's 1 or 2 bands that are like great. This one, 3 out of 4 were great, and the headliner, honestly though, they were one of the the band that I forgot the most about was Signs of the Swarm, if I'm being honest. You make the lunch at the tire factory? Nice. I love my Pilot Sport 4S. What the fuck are you even talking about, Specker? Welcome back, Specker. Thank you for coming with us. For being with us. Coming with us, I can't guarantee, but if you can, you can. Sideshow would go, yeah, it's like I kind of forgot about Signs of the Swarm when we listened to all of them, but I'll say, man, who just asked that question? Big D, how did this stuff translate to live setting? Signs of the Swarm, okay. Disembodied Tyrant, amazing. Shadow of Intent, amazing. Chelsea Grin, okay. They were the headliners and they were great, but they were like, okay. You know, Michelin was like high-end fancy type shit. Yeah, dude, it like that's fucking funny. That's fucking funny. I don't care. Like that Specker's comment was funny. It was worth it. Anyways, let's stop wasting time here. V-Hype has been waiting patiently already. So let's listen to In the Right Way, Michelin in my Babette. Sorry, y'all are distracting. In the Right Way, the ID work in progress by V-Hype. Let's listen to it. I just made this one in the night because I was bored, and I made this song entirely only with 3x oscillator, 3 times oscillator stock plugin of FL. Okay, well let's hear it. Xylo Music, aka V-Hype. Let's hear it. Okay, cool. So yeah, overall, really cool. I kind of agree with. I'm with Uniform Prod. I love the chord on that. Lots of little sounds in the background. Also agree with you on that side show, Hugo. Qu'est-ce que je suis content que t'es là, que tu sois là, Hugo. Est-ce que je suis content? I'm so happy when I get to hang out with you. I just uploaded to my old SoundCloud because I was too lazy to log in to the main one. That's fine. I don't. Ça change rien. That changes nothing in my life. But okay, let's talk about this vocal in the intro here. Alright, so a couple of things. First of all, stop recording on iPhone headsets. Stop recording vocals on iPhone headsets, because I can hear that that's the case. Second of all, turn your delays off and just use them for the ends of your phrases. If you want them at the end of every phrase, V-Hype, that's okay. It's a lot. I mean, I just put a random vocal. Okay, well, whatever. It sounded like it was recorded with an iPhone headset. It sounded like it might have been you recording that with your iPhone headset. But, like, it's fine for the rest of the song. It's just because it's put into the spotlight. It's put into the spotlight on its own. It sounds like poorly recorded. So, either way, I don't know. Let's turn those delays off, except for the end of your phrases, because it's sort of stepping on itself a little bit. Next, I will say to you, Hugo, I'm very happy that you're here, and I love you and you're best friend, but I don't necessarily think I agree with you on the great use of sidechain. Well, let me rephrase that. I think the sidechain is regulating the bass frequencies properly, but I think the high frequencies could use a little less sidechain. I think that the shape that this kick is creating is a little too aggressive and a little too jarring to be constantly the sound and the effect that we hear throughout the chorus. Like, first I'm with you and it's like, oh, that's cool, but I would have liked it to be sort of a on and off effect, if I would say, more than a always on effect kind of thing. Hey, Ferdy Fletch, welcome back. Hello there, General Kenobi. Hello, General Grievous. So what if I try some EQ sidechain? Yes, that was going to be my suggestion. Is exactly that. I was going to say like a dynamic EQ or a multi-band compressor that is sidechained to the low end of those synths specifically. That will do you wonders because it'll leave that high end. You could even still sidechain the high end. I just want it less aggressively than nothing to everything. Specifically, the high end of your synths, because I don't know what happened there, just like somehow stroke and recovery in record time, because I want something to remain there. I'm not saying you need to do this for the entire drop. Like the beginning of your drop could very well start that aggressively, but like at some point it gets disorienting, and not in the good way where we're like destabilized and then you restabilize us. So yeah, that's my thought with that. It's like the side chain is a little aggressive on everything. Second of all, once we get out of this drop here, which I think you've done properly, like this drop is appropriate length, and then we do need a break, but I would say you probably need to 5-second stroke free trial specifically. That was good. Well transcripted, gentlemen, or gentle people. The last thing I'll say about this, or rather the second to last thing I'll say about this song is, in this section we need a transition into your break. A little bit less than just a fadeaway. I think we would probably need like a reverse build or a reverse rise of some kind. And in this section, in this break in particular, we need something of a background melody because it'll give us a little bit of dynamic contrast between the first part. Like it's almost identical. Even there's more in the intro, which is a mistake. We should be like building over time, not removing. But I get it. Coming back to quieter lands, but then consider, if you will, a Phrygian solo on a string instrument of some kind, if I may demonstrate. Something like that, if you will. Yeah, it was hard finding a melody for this also. Well, you're going to have to look for Phrygian melodies. Phrygian, Phrygian, Phrygian melodies. Specker, no! That's not how you skip. The way you skip is by... for now, it's going to be, the things are going to change a little bit in this stream, but for now it is by either donating $5 or 500 bits, whichever you wish. Phrygian in the fridge, Ian. Exactly, Big D. Thank you so much. That's what I would suggest for this song here. It needs that something there, because yeah, something. Give me a sex. I will not. I will absolutely not, flamethrower. Either way, that will be my second to last note. My last note, the last drop and the last build, in my opinion. It's not different enough. It's not different enough. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't give me something that has evolved over time. And I need something that evolves. Otherwise, I don't have any reason to keep listening to the song. So you have to give me something different. I just realized I removed the ambience in the second break. Well, not only that, but you forgot to add a something in there. But anyways, yeah. So I need a something that makes this build and this drop distinct and original and not copy pasted, because otherwise I'll just play the first drop and I'll be good. I am satisfied. I've heard the song all I need. I also enjoyed Skrillex, and I know that he just released another album, but even he learned from those mistakes of copy pasting drops, and he has now begun creatively writing music by this point. So I think we should too. I think we should learn from that. Either way, V-Hype. So yeah, just again, keep in mind that you're building on top of what you've already created. If you want to repeat the same structure from start to finish that you created, that's fine, as long as the bones are the same, but the meat and the potatoes are not. You know what I mean? Like, you gotta make the bone, the meat and the fat, I would say, are not. You gotta make it so that it evolves over time and gives me reason to keep listening. So otherwise, what's the point? I'll listen to half of your song and I'm good. I've understood it fully. Either way, yeah, V-Hype, that's all I got to say about your track. Thank you for allowing us to listen to it online together, provide comments, criticism, feedback, analysis, what have you. Again, I can't help but agree that, like, the aesthetic, the chord progression, like all of that selection has been well executed. Now we just need to make it so that people have no choice but to keep listening to your song. We want that. We want that for you. We want people to, like, be hopeless to your music. So make us hopeless to your music, shall you? Either way, thank you very much, V-Hype, for trusting us with your track. We appreciate it. That will conclude for V-Hype. Guys, I'm going to move on. We're going to move on here. Of course, Weeb of Canada, you read my mind. And the thing is I'm very low on water, and I realized I didn't fill it up. So what we're going to do... Oh, we got to skip. We got to skip. We got to skip. Yes, we indeed got to skip from Kuya. Okay, so here's what's going to happen. Kuya is going to... I'm going to pull up the queue here. I'm going to pull up the queue here. So Kuya has just done this maneuver. Has just skipped. So you are at the... you're good waiting longer because we didn't technically start your review yet, Weeb. So technically that would qualify to perform this. So you are most gracious, Weeb. I appreciate that. I'm here for Mike. Okay, so well done. Thank you very much for your understanding, Weeb. And here we go. Kuya, you did pay for the skip. Just seconds after I changed to the next one. So go ahead and drop your link in the chat. Before we pull up Weeb of Canada's, we're gonna do yours. Weeb is a chill dude. Yeah, for sure. For sure he is. Galactic Neoblade, welcome back. Long time no see indeed. Thank you for joining the queue. Here's what we're gonna do though. I'll be right back. I just gotta fill up on some water real quick, because otherwise I'm not gonna have enough for this entire stream. I'm just playing New Vegas. I'm just playing New Vegas in the background. Oh, I love that game. I fucking love that game. Kuya, you're gonna have to send me your private... Thank you, Specker. You beat me to it. You're gonna have to send me the private link. So the one that allows people to watch private stuff. Not private stuff, but private songs. Go ahead and drop that in the chat. I'm just gonna fill up on water. We'll be right back. All right. Let's get to it. You got me a private link here, Kuya. Hello. You paid for it, so I mean, like... Wait, I'm dumb. I don't know how to do that. So on SoundCloud, there is a share button, and it's going to say share your private link. It is. Let me crack it open and see if I could help you with this. Oops. So I have a private track here. You know what? While we're waiting for that, let's go to let me show you how to do that. So we got a song that I auditioned for, and then I got the actual audition. I'm going to be recording it for a few people in Germany, apparently. But here I got this vocal test. Yeah, you got it. You got it. All right, well, we're going to pull that up, but I got this vocal test that y'all want to hear while we're waiting for this to load. Here, let's just click that and get it going. But yeah, for all y'all, share, and then it says private share, and then you share that link, and then that's that on that. But here's a little fun teaser for y'all, something that I'm going to be doing soon.
Sweet dreams are made of these. Who am I to disagree? I travel the world and the seven seas. Everybody's looking for something. Some of them want to use you. Some of them.
All right, that's it. That's all you're getting. That one you won't be able to hear because it's private, but also it's just a sound test for an artist that I'm going to be working with soon. So I'll let you know when that's out. I know that, but indifferent. Yeah, it's Sweet Dreams by the Eurythmics, and it was covered by Marilyn Manson, and I'm going to cover it, the Marilyn Manson version, but it's going to be used for a digital track. So we'll see. Either way, can you feel my thunder? Kuya with the skip. So that's nice. Flamethrower, alt. I sent the $5. Should have. It did not get sent anywhere. The only skip that I have was Kuya, whom we are listening to at this moment in time. So check that out again because I've gotten nothing from nobody. Except that person. So let's go. Listen to Can You Feel My Thunder? 15 minutes on the clock because you are a subscriber, but here we go. It won't even let me send the $5. Tried twice now. Well, sorry, dude. You could also cheer 500 bits. That will also get you similar results. Let's listen. Let's talk about it. 15 minutes. Let's go. Okay. What the fuck was that? Hold on. Let's just go right to the end there. That wasn't me. That was the song that has resonance in them. Didn't understand the. Okay, let's see what you guys are saying about this, because I've got a couple of comments here. Was there a car in the garage at the time, and what kind of car, if I may ask? Specker, you are just asking the irrelevant questions. I get it. Uniform, impatient for the vocals. Kuya just saying let it cook. Peach Pit vibe and Boy Pablo. I thought of Peach Pit right away when I heard the intro. I thought right away you would have thought of that, Hugo. I was sure of it. Animal Collective vocal. I don't know them, though. I'm not sure who they are. You get me? This is cool. Okay, Big D is liking it. I like how it shifts meters. I, too, like how it shifts meters. Please tell me the cop sirens were real. I couldn't hear them much, honestly, but I do like them in there. Bit mushy here, but I like the vibe in general. I agree with that comment, and we're going to get into what parts I think need a little bit of love. Didn't understand the lyrics, so I can't tell if the police sirens are relevant, but I liked them. Yeah, so that's another thing we will talk about Sideshow Hugo is the lyrics and their audibility. So it flows into the next track. Oh, I see. It's one of those. It's a progressive album. Back in the 90s, this would have made numbers, but in this age, I'm not very sure it would even be relevant, lol. Don't get me wrong, though, in like the vibe and stuff. I'm just talking about the marketing side. Sure. Like, you're not wrong, Uniform Prod, in that like this seems to be a very specific type of music that falls into the popular category today, and technically that's true of any music that's here technically, but exactly what I was about to say, Sideshow Hugo. Peach Pit just sold out MTELUS here in Montreal, one of our biggest venues for performance. Besides like Stadium is one of our actual performance rooms. MTELUS, used to be called Metropolis, was sold out by a band that performs music that is just like this. So when you say it would have made numbers, I agree that it won't make like pop Spotify peak numbers. Absolutely. Can this be viable? I have been proven wrong that yes, there are people that are actually making careers out of music like this, and music that is even less popular than this. They're going on tour, they're making bank, and I've been pleasantly surprised to see career musicians these days. So while I agree with you, Uniform, I also disagree with you. It's like, well, yes, but also no. Who you got, Peach Pit or Beyonce? Well, that's my point. It's like there is middle ground between those two. You know what I mean? Like there is middle ground. And just because they're not selling out Madison Square Garden doesn't mean they're not selling out MTELUS, is the point here. Okay, let's talk about how to improve this, though. Let's talk about how to get this to its peak here. Peach Pitance. So let's talk about these cymbals, especially in this section here. The vocals start actually coming in and becoming a little bit more at the forefront. I'm not going to say at the forefront, that they're more so. The cymbals become a little bit aggressive, even in this section. Aggressive here too, but it doesn't bother me as much as when the vocals are present. So I would say drop down the cymbals if you want universally across the board a couple of dB. That would help personally, but it only really bothers me when we start getting vocals and pretty much the rest of the song after your intro. The vocals, they're gonna need some juice. That's one way or the other. We're gonna need some volume from the vocals, because as Hugo said, we don't understand the lyrics. They are just barely starting to be understandable, is I think the way that I'm gonna say it. Like we have a strong pronunciation on the words, like a strong singing accent, which I'm okay with. I don't have a problem with that. But we have a strong singing accent that does make the words a little bit less understandable already. And I find that the vocals themselves are already not at a sufficient level for a lead vocal in the mix specifically. You go, it's good in the beginning, it fades with time. Yeah. And the thing is that the vocals remain at that level throughout, and other elements, however, will build up and will become more loud. So essentially your song is going like this, but your vocals are staying like this. We need to keep up. The vocals do need to catch up with the rest of the instrumental. So mix those up a little bit. Those need some work. The guitars, on the other hand, that are super hard pan left and right, they can back off a little bit. So you can give those about 2 to 3 decibels of less volume, even backing off a little bit of. No, you know what? I kind of like the mids. I kind of like where the mids are EQ'd, so I wouldn't touch the EQing, but maybe just backing off the levels a little bit, because again, they're spread far left right. They don't need to be so domineering. We hear them very well. So maybe a couple dB on that. The back vocals, let's go to a part where I'm confident I know what I'm talking about. Those vocals are stepping on each other. On top of being in the same key, like on the same, not on the in the same key, but on the same notes. And like they are stepping on each other. So note-wise, that's a conflict. I would do probably an octave up myself if I was going to do something like something a little more contrasty. But if you want to keep the vibe chill, those vocals are going to need their own place in the mix. And right now they're kind of stepping on the main vocals part. So you're going to probably need to bring up those vocals, those mean vocals up a little bit. And you're going to, I hear them spread those rhythm vocals, those backing vocals rather. I hear them spread left and right, but they're not standing out as different enough. So maybe some chorus, some phaser, some flanger, some slap delay to give it some texture. I need them, I don't mind them stepping on each other chaotic type. I just need them to have distinct personalities so that when they do, they don't subtract from each other. They don't pull at each other like a tug of war for attention, and then we don't understand either of them. So I don't mind the chaos. I just need them to have their own bubble of chaos and not step into each other's bubble of chaos. You need to listen to Merryweather Post Pavilion by Animal Collective to understand My Main Man. I get it. This is the kind of feedback I've been looking for. Thank fuck. It's what I do, man. It's what I do. Man, person, whatever. This is what I do. Let's see. Yeah, back vocals need their place. The pre-chorus sticks. Let me hear. So loud. So loud. Those sticks, I don't know if there's a way to like regulate just the sticks. If it's a snare mic that is picking up the majority of it, or if it's a tom mic that is, I don't know what you've done there play-wise. It sounds like the edge of your snare, but you're going to need to automate the shit out of that volume for those specific clicks. And what I'd say, and this is, I'm going to give you a hard time because I'm about to tell you something that's going to make your life hard. They should have reverb on them. But whatever drum mic you're using doesn't need reverb on it, so you're gonna probably need to automate some. You're gonna need to automate some reverb on those sticks specifically, and then back off of it for when your snare or your tom comes back in. It's gonna be a pain in the ass. I know that. I know what I'm asking, but it's just gonna fall into place far more nicely. This is one of the few streams that isn't just hot or not. Fuck that shit. That's not feedback. That's a reaction. I'm not a React channel. The stick implementation just got 100% more technical. Yes, exactly. The sticks are good, but they're too loud and they don't fall into the mix quite nicely enough. So you're going to need to do a lot more work. Around 4 minutes around this section. Okay, yeah, there it is mushy. Okay, so this is what's happening in my opinion here. Pounds Like a Sam and Kuya. This is what we need to do in this section. The thing that's happening is that your center channel is pretty much reserved for drum and bass only. You have only drum and bass going on in the center channel. Then you have this strummy guitar in the left and this like sort of chimey guitar in the right. My suggestion to you need to fill your center channel one way or the other with something that begs for attention in a very lead capacity. My suggestion to you is you keep that strumming guitar left, except you take another take of that right. You do another take, so completely a new take of that same guitar, and you spread it right. Or you use a wider, or you use a stereo splitter, whatever the fuck. Get that split left and right. Take that guitar that's doing those chimey, drony things. Yes, drone, exactly. You go, those weird sort of chimey things in the right channel. Put that in the center. Put that in the center, because that will be your sort of occupancy, your occupying frequency that's going to give the center a little bit more personality. You have those synths as well, that like sort of an arpeggiator kind of synth. Like where that is. I don't mind where that is. That should be left and right as well, so I'm happy with that. That's fine. But that like chimey guitar needs to fill the center space, and you need to spread your guitars left and right on your specifically for your like strummy guitars. This will make our entire, let me turn this cue off, it's ugly. This will make our entire stereo image far more comprehensive, far more complete, far more full. It will still be mushy, but everything will have its place, and it might come together a little bit nicely, but it still might need some leadership, if you will. It might need something that sort of like carries it through, pulls it through, if you will. So yeah, that's really what your track needs. I think is the last thing that your track needs, I would say. That's about it, though. That's pretty much it. Klobasab, finally you're alive. I always miss your lives. Best stream. Thank you very much. Thanks for coming back. Good to have you back, Klobasab. This concludes my review of your song, Kuya. It is a good song. I will say one thing that I did not say throughout. The composition on this, very original. I wish that I was able to produce music like this without psychedelics. Because it is very creative. It does sort of enhance itself throughout. It kind of like builds on itself. I will agree totally with Big D in that the meter changes. Although technically it is all in like some form of 6/8, some form of triplet. The meter changes were really cool. They were really like they had personality in and of themselves. They didn't just change for the sake of changing. They had a purpose. And then when you did change, I was like, yeah, I liked that change. So we're going to keep that. Either way, thank you. It was a great track. Thank you for allowing us to listen to it online, to provide comments, criticism, feedback, analysis, what have you. We appreciate you. What did you say here? Let's fucking go. Thank you. The project was my first attempt of trying to do everything myself. You've done quite well for yourself. For the first attempt, you've done quite well for yourself indeed. The metric shit was so cool. It inspires me to try making some music based on that type of thing. Yeah, change-ups. Change-ups are a hell of a trick. Should I do a beat challenge, y'all? Should I issue you like a challenge and then like you come back to me next week and you know what I mean? We do like a contest kind of thing. Should that be a thing? Maybe I should issue challenges like that using meter changes or those kind of musical principles and see how well you guys do. All right. Either way, thank you very much, Kuya, for trusting us with your track. That's good track, dude. Honestly, well done for the time. Beat challenge would be fun. Do that now. I'm not going to do it now, Klobasab, but I'm going to take it into consideration. I'm going to definitely implement that into the stream at some point. We already implemented the roast. That went super well last week, so we're going to do another one. Kuya, stick around as we listen to our next listen, which is Weeb of Canada. We appreciate your patience as you allowed a new subscriber to join the queue and take it by storm, skipping it completely. That's nice. Mike, take a look at the start of the track. I know you didn't, 420. You already said you didn't. Oh shit! I thought you did. I thought you did forget. I did. You did not. Oh fuck. Lol, the challenge this week is write a song and show it to Mike. Yeah, I mean, every week is that challenge, pretty much, Big D. So, like, you know? Yeah. So we got Traz and music here. I added it with extra time. Yeah, look, everybody. He did it. No 420 millisecond infraction. We appreciate you. We appreciate you very much. We appreciate you for so many reasons, but we appreciate you either way for this specifically. Does someone else skip also? No, just one person skipped. Flamethrower said that he skipped, but he didn't because I got no notification anywhere. And then he said, "Oh, I couldn't." And then he said, "Well, could I sub instead?" And I didn't answer intentionally because. Come on, man. There's 2 options already to skip. I'm giving you like 2 ways to do it. It's so... Yeah, agreed. Before we get into this, let's drink some water. Another fun idea could be a winner of the stream type thing. Could make people stick around for longer. Yeah, but what is the metric? Like, what is the metric? I have to rate your track? It's so subjective. That's so subjective. Like, and how would I classify that? I guess I would have to make a scoring system that would deduct points based on how many infractions I find, and then the person with the least infractions basically gets the winner track. So I guess Kalabasab, that is a way I would do it. I'm going to think about that for the restructure, for the rebrand, if you will. I'm going to think about that. I'll help you to make a scoring chart. Yes, you will, Hugo. Yes, you will. Yes, you will. That's good. Okay, I'm gonna make it. I'm gonna make it special because I need to keep it under a certain theme because I'm gonna be rebranding in a certain way. We've talked. Some of us know. If you know, you know. If you know, you know. All right. Here we go, Weeb of Canada. I need your voice in tip-top shape to destroy this track. Be brutal as always. Will do. I'll do. Not April 1st brutal. No, not that bad. Cassin's Corner. I think you do just fine numbers wise. I think you do just fine amazingness wise, Cassin's Corner. Thank you, Thomas. Appreciate you stopping by as always. We appreciate you. Yeah, the project is super personal, so I just want it to be as good as it could potentially be. It's been a 5-year project. I am in 5 to 10 year projects on a daily basis. I should make some sort of track-based checklist that outputs some D&D type stats, and then at the end you roll all the tracks in combat or something. I don't know. Big D, you got halfway there. I was thinking of making like a stats sheet for like I'm gonna have like the stats, which will be like arrangement and songwriting and like mixing, mastering, and then there's gonna be like infractions under those that will take away from the total score, and then there's going to be an average score out of 20 for sure. That's what I was thinking exactly. Like no silence at the beginning. That's -3 strength. You get it. I know exactly what you mean, and you know exactly what I mean. That's exactly what I was thinking. But it's not going to be like strengths, dex, constitution. It's going to still be songwriting terms so that I don't confuse people too much. But the aesthetic will all be that. That's exactly what I was thinking of, Big D. I appreciate you. Appreciate you as always. All right, let's listen to this beat battle track by Trazem Music, a.k.a. Weeb of Canada, a.k.a. a fellow Canadian A. Let's go. Producer tag is -20. What are you talking about, Spec? What are you talking about? Let's go. 15 minutes on the clock for a subscriber. Beat battle, Trazem Music. Let's listen.
No shoes in the studio. I said no shoes in the studio. Take them shits off and let them dogs out. In my human or am I not? I got a baby on the way, who would dies or die? My habits attracting a healthier plot. Distracted so easy, connecting the dots. The section I'm in, it gets hectic a lot. The direction I'm in is a little bit hasty, but don't get it twisted. The effort is there, I'm just stressing a bit about deficit lately. Crazy how quickly did everything change. Maybe I'm looking at memories faded. I'm raging, amazingly hated. I patiently wait for the page that your name is erased. Able to trap you in boxes of cages, gracefully have you in toxic arrangements. The people you hanging and talking to daily, and merely your cable and socket to play with the to the pressure of fear. Sincerely, I thought I was feeling you. Saw the real dude. You've been acting as one. To me, it just seems like the magic is done. You could have you some fun, but don't take it serious. Thinking like that could make everyone furious. Hear me a second, I know what I'm saying. The lies are taken, but don't take it for granted. Been in the mix with the mafia and it's pain in the ass to get off the semantics. I'm off in the planets, higher than ever. Confident, panic, and tying together. The ropes are handed. I hope it gets better. Coping to manage the scope of forever.
Okay, so that was the track that you had posted in the Discord as well. That was the beginning of the track that you posted in our Discord, I believe, earlier this week, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, okay. Make a track using detuning, dissonance, pitch bend, passing notes, inharmonics, and atonality, and other techniques to make a track that bends and blurs the rules of melody. The main theme was the dissonance and pitches bending. Yes, okay, so I will say, like, if you listen to the chords on this, guys.
Distracted so easy, connecting the dots. The section I'm in, it gets hectic a lot. The direction I'm in is a little bit hasty, but don't get it twisted. The effort is there, I'm just stressing a bit about deficit. Like
there are some, like, house chords in there, and I do agree that they do, they do blur the lines a little bit. They start to blur the lines. Based on the prompt, it seems like they were looking for jazz. Yeah, exactly. That's the thing. They seem to be looking for like atonality and like concrete music almost, basically making noise. Dissonance, pitch bend, passing notes. So this is the thing. There is some pitch bend. There is some passing notes. There's a little bit of noise. There are a few inharmonics. There's not much atonality. And there's not much dissonance in this. Just based on the criteria of the track, I don't hear much dissonance. The chords are not dissonant. The dissonant trichords. You know what I mean? Dissonance. And I'm not hearing much of that. So that part, I think you could have done a little bit better. What do we got here? Main thing I like about this is that the dissonance has so many forms in music. It does, and it you know what I mean? Like, it does, but at some point or another, it's still harmonic. You know what I mean? When it is aharmonic or anharmonic, whatever the proper prefix of that word is, when it is aharmonic, that for me spells dissonance a little more. What this would do, for me, in my opinion, this blurs the lines of dissonance specifically, because it doesn't sound perfectly seated in its chords at any point. It does have dissonant sort of qualities to it, but it blurs the line in and of itself of what dissonance can be. And in that way, I think you've done that part well. You should have submitted CBAT. Don't know what that is. The DJ scratch was actually just one note worth. By the way, only pitch bended. Oh, okay. So that was it. Was it here? The noise and those weird dissonant sort of effects right there. That's kind of, yeah, like that's definitely creating discomfort. But a song that uses detuning, yeah, we heard that. Dissonance, starting, pitch bend, yes, passing notes somewhat. The little squatches was literally a guitar. Well, you've distorted that sound enough to make it sound different. Let's talk a little bit about the things to improve in this song. The vocal recording quality, I mean, it was a 3-hour challenge, so I understand. But the vocal quality sounds a little roomy. So if ever you work with this singer or this vocalist, I should say, again, make sure that they record. Make sure that they record Jesus, this block of text that just happened. A uniform prod. It's not your turn yet, dude. Just chill out. Just chill out. Like, dude, come on. Wait your turn. You have less than 10 minutes to go. Yeah, make sure if you're working with this singer that you're re-record. Okay, you're doing a re-record of the vocals anyway. So I mean, yeah, just get a drier room for that. When the vocals do jump in, I do find that you have some aggressive hi-hats.
My night, I got a baby on the way who would die or die. I might have it attracting a healthier plot. Distracted so easy connecting the dots. The section I'm in, it gets hectic about the direction I'm in is a little bit hasty, but don't get it twisted. The effort is there, I'm just stressing the bit.
Yeah, in general, the hi-hats are a little bit aggressive for me, so I have a hard time digesting that. But I think that the entire high end of this song does have a little bit of restraint problems, if I do say so myself. Thank you, Kuya. I appreciate that. Thank you so much for the donation. So yeah, like your high end does seem to be a little bit out of control. So you have some tuning to do. I'm specifically referring to the hi-hat, the snare, and the synth that goes left to right. It does have some out of control kind of high end a little bit.
Hated to patiently wait for the page that your name is erased. Able to trap you in boxes of pages, gracefully help you in toxic arrangements of people you.
It's distractingly aggressive in the high end, I would say. Those synths specifically. Okay, I had a note for this section here. I believe we're talking about around here. Too, those elements are very high frequency, like sort of painful on the ears. Okay, there's the record scratch. Okay, we need something else in this section, man. There's not enough with the glitches. The glitches are cute. The glitches are cute. They're the only thing that is keeping this song alive right now. But we need something more than life support. We need something like a personality. I need something going on here. Whether it's melodic, whether it's vocal. I don't think it should be vocal. I think it should be somewhat melodic. This is an opportunity to put in dissonance. Like Mars Volta style guitar. Kind of stuff, like I'm not saying that exactly because that was awful and I hate it and I don't ever want you to use anything remotely close to what I just did, but something somewhat in the inspiration of that, please. Don't ever do anything with that, please. I'm clipping it, of course you are. But yeah, like, please never. I'm gonna delete that clip. That is embarrassing. That's such bad guitar. But yeah, like the inspiration here to insert dissonance it's an open palette for you right now. You could mess around with the synth chords, like maybe build them into a big old augmented stack or something. Ooh, yeah. Augmented could be good, actually. Yeah. Like, I honestly, I don't hear the solo itself in the augmented, but I'm hearing the scale. That could be a good place to explore some augmented scales, for sure. Big D, that's actually a really good choice. Vandy, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. So either way, what we need is something here. We need something here because the glitches are like barely keeping it alive. Because augmented is still kind of happy, somewhat happy. It still has these weird sort of conflicted vibes in a way. It's hard to be dissonant and happy. That's true. Lydian and augmented scales do that somewhat well. So I would say maybe entertain a Lydian scale, or entertain an augmented scale, something in there. What else do we got? Okay, well, I mean, we've already covered this pretty much, Weeb of Canada, but like the vocal performance itself, if we go into like this section specifically.
Bet they but not from appeal to you. But when have you ever been one to succumb to the pressure of appeal? Sincerely, I thought I was feeling you. Sound I really do. You've been acting as one. To me, it just seems like the magic is done. You can have.
The vocal performance is not just, it's just slightly off. Again, you already said that you're going to take care of this, so this is just a supplementary note that I'm noticing, like I wrote it down. But just have your vocalist take their time, I'm assuming his time, with the vocals. Have them really nail the each take, even if have them breathe, because you have moments where he's breathing in and he's like missing parts. He did this all in one take, one flow, which in and of itself is impressive, don't get me wrong, but like have him take the time, you know. Sideshow, we go all right. My friend Melody just arrived. Hi Melody, see you soon, probably for another show, probably, or just a hangout. Si t'es en ville, mon gars, tu sais, comme d'habitude, t'es toujours le bienvenu. Thank you very much for stopping by. Thanks for subscribing. We appreciate you. He did this all one take, one flow. I split them. That is quite impressive, not gonna lie. Yes, it is. It is impressive. So it's like well done. It's like well done vocally speaking for a one take inserted into a competition track. For that, well done. Now do it, you know, polished, I guess. Love you too, Ugo. See you soon. But that's pretty much all I had to say about your track. I don't really have any other notes. Again, the idea here is to keep the track interesting throughout. So adding a section within it, augmented. Let me see how Lydian would sound. Well, 1 second. Lydian is basically augmented light. It's like Lydian is literally augmented light. So you could implement one or two or combine them as well. Like, you know, dance between the two of them if you really wanted to. Si tu veux, tu peux parler français pour ma musique. My grammar, your grammar and your conjugation is not the best Weeb of Canada. That's okay. We'll stick to English for you, but that's fine. But that's nice of you. That's nice of you. It's very, very kind of you to offer. And Emotionless got in on that correction. Yeah, there's a few grammar. It's fine. I appreciate you trying. You are Canadian, and it should be your second language either way. I thought it was per if it's two is in front of it. No, with two, we'll talk about grammar between songs, but yeah, no, it's not. I'm more familiar with game jams and such, but if this was a one-take challenge, that's really good. But if you want to proceed further and get it published, etc., I definitely go back and polish a few things. That is exactly. That's exactly right. That's il. Yeah, that's right. Exactly. Totally understandable, though. Good job. Yeah, we understood it. Which is why we're happy. We're happy that you try. As a Quebec resident, we're happy that you entertain the notion of speaking in French. It's quite nice. But either way, that's pretty much all I had to say about your song. Either way. Oh, by the way, since the timer is up, I waited before asking. I'm just wondering. But are you still taking feedback, taking in feedback requests? And if so, do you accept covers / remakes / remixes? If you have the rights to that cover / remake / remix, then yes, if that will take it. If you've paid for the rights and stuff like that, if you have all rights reserved basically for you to use that in any way you wish, then yes. If it is like a bootleg or something, we're not going to take that because I've been flagged before. So no. But thank you for waiting until between this the reviews. You don't have to. I'll answer it when I answer it. Let's review for Weeb of Canada. So the feedback I got today: hi-hats is aggressive. Hi-hat has restraint problems. More dissonance needed. Not needed, but preferred, I suppose. Distract synth left to right, out of control. High end. Yep. Vocals need re-recording. I mean, you're going to do it anyways. Distracting, aggressive, high end. Yeah, we've emphasized that a few points. High frequencies need to be heavily cleaned in the prod only part. Okay, I may be repetitive. Need more than just the glitches. Needs personality. Maybe melodic addition could add dissonance. Build synths into big augmented stack potentially. I mean, again, fill in that repetitive section that doesn't really have much going on for it, but like that will be done through the rest. So yeah, that's pretty much it. I think that's pretty much all I got. Either way, thank you for allowing us to listen to your track online, for allowing us to talk about it, provide comments, criticism, feedback, analysis, what have you. Appreciate you. Appreciate you also for subscribing, as always, being our part of the subscription crew. It's keeping the lights on around here, and I do have a lot of lights in this room for this stream, so keeping it on. But yeah, thank you either way for trusting us with your track. Weeb of Canada. Stick around. You are always someone to stick around and comment, if you will. Judge. You can definitely keep roasting me if you wish. You're funny at it. Uniform Prod. Read the block of text above, please. I think you'll get the idea where we're going for. Also, I forgot to mention I live recorded the Shakers drums and tribal drums on the second half. Okay, let me go to the part where it wasn't your turn and you submitted something for reading. Let me scroll up and do that, not you. This is for mine. Okay, we didn't record all the vocals yet, so right now it's just a demo. But my friend is African, so you'll probably not understand it anyways, lol. I produced it, obviously. For the mix right now, I made some basic leveling, a little EQ, and some comp. So nothing super amazing at the moment, but I would love ideas about arrangements and stuff also. Okay. I feel like this is a different vibe. Let's see what you think, though. Thanks. You can drop the link in the chat, please, so I can pull it up. Vandy VT, no worries. Also, it's meant to be a highly accurate cover of a song from Pizza Tower. Not something from a really popular artist, example, Daft Punk. Not sure if that's fine or not, but I know with really popular artists, it's really common to get content ID. I don't know what Pizza Tower is, if I'm being honest. So, why don't we take the chance? Let's take the chance. In worst case, if I get copywritten, flagged, I'm not going to contest it. It's just going to be unfortunate, Vandy, that your music... your song, your remix in the VODs is just going to appear as muted to avoid copyright infringement. That's the way it is. If that's going to be the thing, then that's going to be the thing. Lugia demo. Interesting. That's a Pokemon. That's definitely a Pokemon, right? Like, I'm not crazy. That's a fucking Pokemon, Lugia, right? Is it Lugia or Lugia? I hope it's not Lugia. I think it is Lugia. I think it might be fine since the devs are okay with streamers and YouTubers using the song from the game, but I just wanted to ask you since I don't want your channel to get affected or anything. Just do it. If they flag me, I'm just not going to unmute it, and your song is going to be, muted. So yeah. Tucker Josie, yo, welcome back, Tucker Josie. Appreciate you. Okay, let's listen to this song. It is called Lugia. It is a demo, and it has some. Oh, nope, that's not what I wanted to do. And it has some issues with it that I'll keep in mind. I'm going to scroll back up to it here, and we'll listen to that, keeping in mind that the vocals are not done completely yet. Some basic leveling. Thank you, Vandy, for following. Hey, we're at 715 out of 750. That's pretty close. Pretty close, guys. Arrangements as well. We're going to keep some ideas in for arrangements. So let's listen to the Lugia demo by Uniform Productions. Let's go.
Oh my darling, use your body fit to kill it passion. I'm a little when you are your body, they make bad man want you. Oh my darling, use your body fit to kill it passion. I'm a little when you are your body, they make bad man want you.
Okay, so I forgot to do the timer, so I'm just going to set it to, what is this, 3 minutes, so that's 7 minutes, 6 minutes, and 45 seconds. Let's just say that. 6 minutes, 45 seconds. There we go. Let's do it. All right. So, yeah, timer, I realized that as well. Thank you. Okay, so let's talk about this. So yeah, the mix is not the best. Let's just mention a couple of those things. The high end on your shaker and your snare seems to be a little bit like jarringly aggressive. I would bring back those things a little bit in the mix. I would bring a little bit of high end back up on the vocals, because the vocals doesn't seem to have much energy on that. It doesn't have much, like it has some high-end energy, but not like lead vocal high-end energy. So I would substitute some of that high-end right there. Let's talk about the arrangement. So let me say something real quick, Uniform Prod. I think it's funny that you were flaming, I forget who it was. It was Kuya. I think it was funny that you were flaming Kuya for not getting to the vocals fast enough when in fact your vocals take a while to start. Like your song takes a fucking while to get to the punch. And I mean 30 seconds to get to an intro? Long ass intro. And I don't get me wrong, I'm entertained by some of it, but like you could cut that in half. I don't need 25 seconds of birds and some whistling. You could throw those 10 seconds that can accomplish everything you're doing in 10 seconds with a nice fade in. You could do everything you're doing here in 10 seconds. So I just think that it's funny that you flamed someone else for that, but here we are. Okay. You're going to need a chorus, right? You're going to need a chorus. You're going to need something with like long notes that like, like you're going to need these like long drawn out syllables. You're going to need a section like that.
Oh my darling, need your body fit to kill the passion.
Like what your ad-libs are doing in the background, that needs to come to the forefront with a little bit less auto-tune-y kind of like jumpiness. We need a chorus. We need a chorus. Just make a chorus. We also need like either a second chord progression, a second melody, a second instrument, something else. Like the song does need to evolve at some point. Uniform rather. If you're just keeping the same chord progression throughout, okay, we've had a couple of those songs today where the chord progression does not change throughout the entire song, but the texture needs to change. Or the melody, the main melody does need to change. Like, don't get me wrong, the singer's melody does change. But like the background melodies don't. The background melodies stay identical throughout. Again, percussion is good, but I would rather you mix those percussions a little bit further back so you don't have so much of a Zane Moda, I appreciate that. Zane Moda. I appreciate you trying to bring in some like rhythmic elements to fill that space. But the idea here is hopefully you have another idea melodically that will do everything that your drums are trying to do with more efficiency. The last thing, and you mentioned this already here. You wanted to work that key change better into your song. And I can't help but agree with you on that. Because the key change comes out of nowhere, A. And B, you do it at the end, dude. And not gracefully at all. Not gracefully. No pivot chord. You just kind of jump up to another key. I don't mind having a key change. I don't mind. As a matter of fact, I would say that you could put that key change in the middle of your song. Like create a break where we get a moment where we switch gears a little bit. But pivot! You have to have a pivot chord of some kind. You have to have some form of transition from one key to the next. You have to have that. Otherwise, it's just this. And this ain't it. This is not it. I don't know what is going to be it, but this ain't it. In the middle. Yeah. So the idea with that Uniform Prod is that if you do put a key change in the middle of the song, suddenly the end makes more sense, even if you were to start it on a randomer basis. I still don't think this is the way that you're going to do that. I still do not believe that this is the way that you're going to go about accomplishing that mission of creating that key change. But you could excuse it a little bit more just by implementing rather that key change in the middle of your song, you have a little bit more margin for error near the end, so you can be a little bit more risque. Not this much. This is bad. But a little bit much more. No, I think that's pretty much all I had to say about your song. We talked about long to start up. Your intro should be 10 seconds. The high end on your shaker and your snare is aggressive. The chorus, you need a chorus. You need a section that actually sings to us and not just talks to us. Yeah, it changes too sudden, but maybe instead of changing the melody, adding more, I can put the key change in the middle and make the second half different maybe. Actually, that's a great idea, Uniform Prod. That's a great idea. I want to hear it. I want you to bring it back to the stream, improved in that way, in the way that you just said. Like I want that change to. Can you chill the fuck out, cops? Jesus fuck. I want you to change it in that way. I want you to develop this song in a way that is far more dynamic and engaging with a twist, if you will. Right now, there's no twist. There's no reason for me to keep listening until the end. That's what I want to hear. Is I want that personality exhumed in this particular track. Either way, thank you for allowing us to listen to it, talk about it, provide feedback, comments, criticism, analysis, what have you. We appreciate that opportunity here online together. It's cool to hear African, like sort of influenced, I'll say, music with African language in it. It's like sort of representative of its like sub-influence. I'll say a sub-influence because it's got a lot of influences. But yeah, I took all the notes, but did you like the idea generally? Yeah, like I said, it's like I like the thought process behind the song seems legit and seems like you can accomplish something really intriguing. But the execution, the arrangement, the way that you execute some ideas and not others smoothly is a bit of an issue for me. That's like kind of taking away from my experience of the song. So improve those things, come back, and we will talk more about it. Either way. Thank you for trusting us with your track. We're going to be moving on down the line, folks, and Uniform, stick around as we listen to other people's music. You might learn a thing or two from other people's songs. But here we go. Welcome, by the way, Zanmoda. Welcome, and thanks for joining the queue. Ian, also, thank you for queuing up the feedback and joining the queue as well. Apparently, Klobasab and Zane Moda go way far back. And then you opened your eyes and saw the queue. Indeed. I'm pulling up your song here, The Dawn Made It, right now. I will not lie, that name in this current climate, political climate, is not in your favor. I'll just say that. Dad? They found you, bro. Yeah, they did indeed, Zane Moda. They've been looking for me for forever, I guess. Classic dad. Honestly, this was quite unique. Vandy VT, honestly, this was quite unique. I could see myself putting that on a playlist and having it show up on Shuffle Play. Sure. A little more fine-tuned, but yes, sure. Thanks. You gave me a lot of ideas. Uniform Prod, it's 1 a.m., so I need to get going, but see y'all later. Peace. Ian saying hi, finally. Are you Trumper or no? Yeah, I don't even put that together with Don, right? Big D? It's like my mind works in mysterious ways. All right, speaking of, the Don made it. We're going to try... just assume that we're likely going to hear a producer tag name. That's funny. So the Don made it. Okay, so I just started recording my own music 2 days ago. This is my first song I have ever recorded, and I'm going for more of a raw storytelling feel. Well, there's a way to accomplish that. I'm not saying that it's you have not accomplished that. I'm saying that there is a way to go about doing a raw sound. There are a couple of ways, actually, of going about doing a raw sound. Let me just fix this light, because I feel like it's not giving me the energy that I need from my backdrop here. That's a little better, I suppose. Oh, no, that's worse. All right. That's fine. We'll do that. Do you do Q skip? Yep, 500 bits or $5, whichever comes first for you. That's how it's gonna be. I usually have just made beats in the past. Okay, that's good to take into consideration. Let's listen to Left That Life. I usually have just made beats in the past, but I left that life. Just got super dramatic in here all of a sudden. All right, let's listen to Don Made It. Hopefully not. But let's listen to Left That Life. Let's talk about it. 10 minutes on the clock. Let's go.
Started with a pill, I was barely a teen. Didn't know pain, could feel this clean. Home was cold, stayed in my head. Taking whatever just to quiet that dread. By 14, I was breaking up packs. Ziploc stuffed in the back of my slacks. No role models, just fiends and plugs. Learned quick how to move through the drugs. School was a joke, I was barely there. Eyes all red, couldn't even care. Mama found pills in a box by the sink. Told her they weren't mine, didn't even blink. Truth is, I feel nothing inside. Not joy, not fear, not even pride. Just a buzz in a bag and a text to send. Trying to flip fast just to play pretend. Cops came close, I ain't full to speak. The walls got tight by the end of the week. Homies got booked, some never came back. I was still out here, trying not to crack. Had a dream one night I died in the rain. Woke up shaking with a head full of shame. Saw my little sis in the hall that day. I knew I had to throw that life away. Cut off nose, cut off ties. Laid in the dark while my body cried. No more pills, no bags, no scale. Just me and the truth, I was scared to tell. Now I move slow, got peace and steps. Still got scars that ain't healed yet. They ain't going back, I paid that price. Had to lose myself just to find this life.
Okay. So, Vandy, thank you for helping Zanemoto figure it out, and Zanemoto, thank you for skipping the queue. As you see, you are next in line. So the next time, the next person in the queue will be you. Just let the beat ride after that. Yeah. Then again, I just love punchy kicks. Always happy to help. I love the bass boost on the kick. Okay. So let's talk about a few things here. Obviously, this is not your beat. I'm surprised that you did not use your own beat if you are a beat maker. Done. It's just a very weird... it's just a very weird kind of thing to be a beat maker and then to use someone else's beat and then to not even buy the beat and have producer tags throughout it. It's just very amateurish. I'm sorry. I know that we're not necessarily set on buying the beat, but like, buy the beat. First note, buy the beat so you don't have producer tags in your song. But before you do, let's talk a little bit about the lyrics. Let's talk a little bit about the performance. And it was a free beat, and this is only my first song, more just to test out. Yeah, it was a free beat with producer tags, so cool. I get it, but it just reduces the quality of your track overall, unfortunately. So let's talk about the lyrics a little bit first. Your lyrics are very simple and are very literal. They spell out what happened. This is what's happening. This is what happens next. This is what I feel. This is what I'm doing. This is what I'm experiencing. And only near the end do we see a little bit more metaphorical and a little bit more dream speak and a little bit more, we're talking about like more images. And it's very brief and it doesn't really speak without speaking. There's a rule in like cinema and in television. It's show, don't tell. And essentially what it implies is that your characters in their dialogues don't have to say everything that's happening. You could just very well, through imagery and images and shots, show people what you want them to understand from what you want them to understand is happening. And I feel like that is a little bit in the lacking in this track. You are telling us everything. You are not showing us what to understand. There's not much floral language. There's not much metaphor. There's a lot of simile. But is there a lot of simile? Not even a lot of simile. There's not much comparison in general. You're just saying things that are kind of happening to you a little bit, Don. So I would say that your lyrics could use a little bit more development on that. Your lyrical writing, when you're writing lyrics, try not to tell me I ain't feel nothing inside. Try not to tell me that. Try to show that to me. Don't tell me that you don't have anything inside. Tell me what it feels like, what is lacking within you. Instead of saying there's nothing in there. Saying where a heart should be, there's only shadow or something like that. The floral language, metaphors. Exactly, Zayn Moda, exactly. Metaphors more. Try to switch up the flow every few bars. That's my next point. We're going to talk a little bit about the flow. Yeah, Pounds Like a Sam, correct. The melody of it repeats itself throughout the whole thing. I'd like a little more variation. We are going to talk about flow next, but I'm going to start with lyrics here a little bit. Because you have a really good opportunity here. You start by talking, had a dream one night that I died in the rain, woke up shaken with a head full of shame. Like, you could very well paint a picture of that dream. Like, in a dream land far away where the rain poured down on my head is held astray. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not like good with freestyle lyrics off the cuff, but like develop the images of what you are describing in your head and in your using your words. Like, paint a picture for us. No, don't just country music it. Country music tells us exactly what is happening. Don't just country music. Paint us a fucking picture with your words. Woke up one night, head full of shame, patter on the window, but battered by the rain. Boom! Zanimoda! Boom! Great. It's more floral. It's more floral. But this is my point here. It's like, we need images. We don't just need words. I know you're using words to define what's happening here, Don, but the words are tools. They are you can use those words to describe anything that you wanted, and you don't have to do so in such a direct way. All right, we've talked enough about lyrics. Let's talk about flow. So, da 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 da. That's your flow. That's what you do. That's what you did. That's what you're doing, and that's what you continue to do.
Cops came close, I ain't full to speak. The walls got tight by the end of the week. No more pills, no bags, no scale. Just me and the truth, I was scared to tell. I was barely there, eyes all red, couldn't even care.
Flow is called flow for a reason. Because it should flow one section into the next. Not necessarily just repeat itself. Repetition, again, it is one of the tools that you have in your arsenal as a songwriter, as a musician. It is one of the tools that you have. But it is not the only tool that you have, and it is your responsibility to find flow that suits your words better. And it's hard. It's not for everyone. Not everyone has that natural inclination to fuck with their words and their syllables to make it dance. But I would recommend that you listen to some artists who do have some good flow. So Eminem was mentioned as well. Who said, well, what are you guys talking about with the flow? Flow is very monotone. Melody repeats itself. Yeah, you're totally right. Use more metaphors. Try to switch up the flow. Tell the story without explaining the entire lore. Let people put the pieces together. Yes, Vandy, absolutely. It's what I like to do for D&D as well. Eminem does it well. So yeah, that's the only mention so far. We only have da 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 da. Da 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 but da da but da 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 like, you know, change your variation, change your rhythm, change the feel of your vocals. This is, if I were to recommend to you a thing to do, is to not think about the words for some beats. Start by thinking about the flow and the syllables, and like spell out your rhythm first. Then fill those spaces with words. It's like, that is my recommendation to you. Who has the best flow? My favorite is Denzel Curry. Denzel Curry's great. Kendrick is also pretty wicked. Eminem is legendary. Bone Thugs and Harmony, Tech Nine, any of fucking actual old school Wu-Tang. Those are unquestionable flows. Even some East Coast and West Coast rappers, like from the early days, like there's excellent flow. But like Killer Mike, and his other friend as well. What's the fucking name? Run the Jewels in general. Very, very good flow. Mos Def, absolutely. Beastie Boys. This is all Beastie Boys though. This is all Beastie Boys. MF Doom. I gotta listen to some Doom. Y'all have been talking about Doom since I started this stream, and I have not started listening. So here's what we're gonna do. Everybody name the album that I should listen to first from MF Doom, because I'm gonna just do it. I'm gonna just download it. Just like, give me an album to download. Anyways, I don't know if he's even still here right now. The Don made it. I don't know if you're still in the chat with us, or if you dipped out after I didn't like compliment you, because that's what some people expect from these feedback streams, and that is just not what happens here. Okay, cool. Don made it. Good, cool. You'd be surprised how many people, when I start giving feedback, they go like, well, wait, this isn't what I signed up for. I wanted my ego caressed. What are you talking about? You'd be surprised how many people leave as soon as they realize that they're getting productive feedback and not just, that was chill, bro. But yeah, Don, you're going to have to work on your flow and your lyrics. If you want to do this rap thing, I would suggest getting a little bit of influence in your life for rap specifically. You have an opportunity here to grow, so I think you should take it personally, because it's not hard. It's not easy, man. Performance is not easy. Even when you have like a sort of a natural grasping for it, it's not the easiest thing in the world to do. You got to just really feel it out, and you kind of have to have the feel for what you're going for. Otherwise, it's really hard to guess what you're going for. But anyways, yeah, that's about it. Columbus App thinks we should hydrate. I think that's a good idea. I got feedback immediately. I started working on some stuff you said. Thank you very much, Kuya. Appreciate that. Compliments are good, but you also need pointers to improve. It can't be all sunshine and rainbows. It's never gonna be sunshine and rainbows. You are my favorite rapper, Don. That's nice. I mean, like, support each other all you will. But I gotta say that there are, in terms of positioning for being favorite all-time rapper, I think there's a lot to compete with. Either way. Thank you, one way or the other, the Don Made It, for allowing us to listen to your track, to provide comments, criticism, feedback, analysis, what have you, here on the stream together. We appreciate you. So yeah, I like, it's a start. It's a start. You got some flow. You got one flow. So you've practiced that flow with this track, and that's fine. but one flow does not a track make. You need a series of flows that flow into one another. Also, your lyrics need to. Speaking of flow heed. Thank you for the follow. Thank you for the flow low. Oof, that was bad. But yeah, either way, it's a start, and you need to work on it. And I'm sure one day, if you keep practicing, that will get better. Either way, thank you for trusting us with your track. Yes, we're gonna keep on moving down the line. We have Heed the Flow, Beetlejuicing. That is pretty crazy. Gifted a tier 1 subscription to Ian. Appreciate you, Kuya, for finding some room in your heart to support the stream in the way that you do. Appreciate that very much. And Ian getting a sub out of it, and so it's just an all-around good time for everyone. Okay. Why didn't I press next yet? Here, let's press the next button. Next. Yeah, we're moving on down the line here. Stick around, the Dawn, as we talk to Zanemoda. I think that that's how you say your name, right? Zanemoda. Is that correct? I don't know. We got a lot to talk about here. General Tips. Also, hi, General Tips. I didn't see your. I saw your text, but then I forgot to talk about your text before. Hi, how you doing? MF Doom. Welcome back, I should say. MF Doom and his alter egos albums: Mad Villainy, Operation Doomsday, Victor Vaughn, Vaudeville Villain. You're giving me too many options. Everybody decide on one. Everybody decide on one. I need one. I need one album. So everybody suggest one MF Doom album, and the one that has the most votes, we will go with that one. Zane, my name, Moda, artist name. Okay, so Zane. So cool, it's Zane. I'm still eating my soup. Mad Villainy. Mad Villainy is on the docket. So far, I've seen it a couple of times. So many people are yeah. Anybody who hasn't suggested an MF Doom album for me to listen to, go ahead in the chat and I'll decipher it later and I'll download one off stream and then I'll tell you. Doom and Mad Lib. And so, is that one? Is that only one? Sam, is that only one? Kuya, I regret to say that it is one submission per day. So I'm going to go ahead and take you out of the stream, out of the queue, rather, because it is one submission per day. We do not have, unfortunately, the bandwidth for multiple people submitting multiple tracks. That is not working. Would it be trashy to finish my soup and have a cigarette even though I've been throwing up all day? That would be pretty bad. That would be pretty bad. I don't know, man. Like, take care of yourself. If you're throwing up, I wouldn't go for tobacco. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Big D. You used the join command, Flowheed. And also, Flowheed, appreciate you following, appreciate you joining the queue, but SoundCloud exclusively, please and thank you. Because yeah, I don't do any other platforms. So let's listen to Dial and Moda featuring Shanice, The Anxiety, the full demo. My health is irrelevant when nicotine is involved. I understand. I feel the same way about THC. I feel the same way about that. But just be careful, man, because nicotine is fucked. Honestly, one track per stream works perfectly, especially how much feedback you give per track, and 10 minutes is plenty of time in the spotlight too. I totally agree, Vandy. Thank you for validating me. I appreciate the validation. He will call on you, Flowheed, then you just post up. Yay! Thank you, Big D. Appreciate you. Are you submitting today, Big D? I'm not sure. So either way, let's listen to... Ooh, getting a call. Can't do it right now, Johnny. Sorry. Mike, did you guys get snow? Yeah, we got snow in the past few days. We definitely got snow in the past few days. Okay, let's listen to Dial and Moda featuring Shanice, Anxiety, Full Deno. I wrote this song with another producer and singer I met online a couple of days ago. It's about anxiety and the struggles that come with it. I'm going to show you something that has to do with anxiety later. And we've worked on it nonstop for the past couple of days. Been producing 15 years, took some time out, and now I'm back. I welcome any and all feedback. I hope you fucking do, because here we go. Anxiety by Dial and Moda featuring Shanice. Let's listen and let's talk about it. 10 minutes on the clock. Let's go!
Yes, I feel so paranoid. Hear the whispers from my friends. I just can't seem to focus. Wondering when this will ever end. Feel the pain in all this silence. So I phone upon my friends. They told me to go see a doctor, but I ignore what they said. I feel so lost, and I can't hold on. Nothing's holding me back. I feel my anxiety. Can't seem to breathe. It's controlling me. Guess I'm going back under. Love's blinding me. I need some therapy. I wish I could see that I'm going back under. Yes, I'm going back under. Yes, I'm going back under. Going back under.
The distance between your dreams and your reality right now is discipline. Discipline is doing the things you hate to do, but do it like you love it.
I feel so paranoid. Hear the whispers from my friends. No, I just can't seem to focus. When is the ever end? Anxiety can't seem to breathe. Controlling me. Guess I'm going back under. Love's blinding me. I need some therapy. I wish I could see that I'm going
Sorry about that. All right. That was pretty good. That was pretty good. I got a couple of notes. Overall, I think it has a very nice place that it's existing in, a very nice spot in the universe, if you will. So I'm happy with that. I could get jiggy with that. We can work with that, is what I guess I mean. Let's hear what you guys are talking about here, because there's a lot of comments on this one here. Let's see here. It gives me anxiety. These wubs are fucking killer. Feel like it was hella fun to produce this. I'm in love with the soundscape. Yeah, that's exactly my first, my thing that I love as well. The soundscape is really, really nice about this. D&B, nice. Feel like it's missing high end here, and I'm assuming you mean the end, because I think I know what you mean, although it's ironic that you say that, because, anyways, we'll get to that. Gives me LTJ Buchem vibes, but only because this is my first contact with the genre, so now I always instantly think Buchem when I hear Jungly D&B. Don't know who that is. Feel free to share that in the music chat. Music we love. Yeah, killer track but lacks the full sound spectrum fill at the end. Yeah, that's exactly what you meant. The basses need more cohesion. Those wubs are great. Reese's weak sauce. Agreed. Needs to be beefed up. Vocals are too quiet halfway through the track. Talking part could have something cooler added. Second drop left. A lot to be desired. Agreed. When it gets to that high point, it doesn't deliver as much as it should. I beg for more law last section with the little vocal chop. It could be cleaner and more prominent and play with the lead a little bit more. Absolutely. I think I agree with everything you said, Weeb of Canada. So here's my notes here in this notebook. That is a lot of it. There isn't much that I can say that has already been said. Something that hasn't been said, though, 420 milliseconds. Look at how many bits you're losing, Zane Moda. Look at how your track gets cut off. Isn't that nice to lose information? 420 milliseconds of silence before beat 1 bar 1 will prevent this from happening ever. So do not forget that. Wasn't in love with the second build, but I don't have any immediate ideas for it. The track deserves 420. Agreed. It does deserve 420 milliseconds. So let's talk about these vocals up front. That's and MP3. 420 millisecond rule broken. Exactly. So let's talk about this vocal here. Something weird is happening with this vocal. It sounds like it's phase. It's like reversed phase. It sounds like it's pulling rather than pushing audio, air rather. So I think there's something up with that. It sounds almost like it's splitting as it's talking. So it's weird. It's like it's phasing in a weird way. I would take a look at it. Either way, in this section, your vocals are a little bit too loud. I would bring them back in the mix, one way or the other. Let's talk about this snare and this hi-hat. They're too loud. End of conversation. That's that on that. Please bring those down in the mix and make their high end less aggressive. Guys, we've been having a recurring theme today. It always happens that we have a recurring theme, but like this one in particular today seems to be aggressive snare and hi-hats in those high ends. Let's bring those back a little bit in the mix. We don't need them that aggressive. They are already standing out with those frequencies. Snare, don't back off volume, just back off frequencies. Just like re-EQ the high end so that it doesn't hurt my ears when I hear it. It's got to cut. Just don't make it cut that much. A little dry around 130. Let me go here. Felt like it was supposed to be, like it was intending to be a break, but it's more of a post-drop, pre-break kind of thing, and it doesn't really add anything to the song. Honestly, I would do maybe 1 or 2 measures of it instead of 4 to 8 as you have here. How many? You have 8 full measures here, or however many you want to define, technically 16 if you want to really be a dick about it. But you have 8 full measures here. I would cut that down in half, if anything, and then just drop down real quick.
The distance between your dreams and your reality right now is discipline. Discipline is doing the things you hate to do, but do it.
Gives me time to dance. I think it'd be fine with a small drum variance. Give me time to dance. Sure, if you change up the rhythm and you make it more breakbeaty. Like if you make something interesting with the drums, if you make the drums the lead element, absolutely. I absolutely agree, but we're not doing that here. So I would say instead of that, save time in the song. It's already 3 minutes and 35 seconds. I don't think it needs to be. I think this is one of the sections that I would shave it down actually, and I would cut it to like half length, if not a quarter length, just to say that we have a transition to the break. Which now that we are in the break, the vocal speech here.
The distance between your dreams and your reality right now.
I don't think reverb is the creative move that I would make for that vocal. I think someone else said it. There's something there's something here that you can do with the vocals. I'm not exactly sure what it is. I think it was Weeb of Canada. The talking part could have something cooler added. Right. I would like you to almost glitch I would almost like you to like glitch the vocals a little bit. Think about, I have a song by Muse in my head. What is it called? The Second Law, Unsustainable, if I'm not mistaken, or whatever it is. In an isolated system, entropy can only increase. An economy based on endless growth is unsustainable. That song that they try to do dubstep, and I say try very, very pointedly. That song has a lot of glitchy vocals that I want you to replicate in this rather than reverb. Because reverb on it, buff. Funnily enough, the vocalist asked us to cut down the length, so that's noted. Boom! There you go. That's the end of the review time, but let me just say real quick that the ad-lib's a little messy at the end here. The ad-libs and the vocals are like clashing a little bit there. They're very messy. They're not cohesive. You need some thought there. Everybody agrees that their high-end elements here at the end of the track need to be addressed because it is the final section of your song. It should be the biggest, most grandiose, most epic section of your song that doesn't leave us wanting something else. So yes, I would say add something there, and it will be especially important when you do bring down those hi-hats and bring down the high end of the snare. It's going to be especially important to fill that high-end gap in even more so than it is now. It's going to be even more important. But that's pretty much all I think I had to say about your track. We could go into a little bit more in depth if you wanted. We could organize something that a string counter melody, maybe even a string quartet. I'm not sure. If you want, we can hash that out on a private session. I do also give private sessions with like open project sessions where we could like talk, really sink our teeth into a song over maybe an hour, depending on how you want to do that. But that is a thing that I offer as well. But for now, either way, thank you for trusting us, for allowing us to listen to the song online, first of all, for allowing us to talk about it together, to provide comments, criticism, feedback, analysis, what have you. I think everybody agrees that the feel of this song is phenomenal. It sounds really great. It has a good aesthetic, and it brings us into a nice place in the universe. But I think that we have improvements to make. And I think that the reason that everybody is so adamant that these improvements need to be made is because once they are made, this song could be really, really, really great. It could be really, really great. Honestly. Thank you all so much for your feedback. I've taken on board everything that's been said, and I don't think I disagree with anything. Good. So then come back with this song fully finished, and let's listen to a new and improved version of it, or rather, just an improved, not new. Thank you either way, Zane Moda, for trusting us with your track. We're moving on down the line here, folks, as we have quite the queue that has been racking up here. Would honestly be crazy with some more Fred again vocals that just boom the fuck out. I don't know what I just wrote. Yeah, I don't know what you wrote either, Klobasab. You also wrote, I'm proud, and Zane Moda is very happy that his father is proud of him. So, thanks indeed, Dad. All right. I don't think Galactic Neoblade's here anymore. I haven't seen him talk in a long-ass time. So, I think we're going to be skipping over. I wish I made a name like Galactic Neoblade instead of Big D. You know you could change your username, right? Like, you know that's possible. Like, Twitch allows you to do that. Change it to Studio Mike 2. Don't do that. I'll kill you. Haven't seen them in a while either. Yeah, no, I think that's rip on Galactic Neoblade. Sorry, dude. You got to be here to get your feedback. And Potter isn't here either, so it's Klobasab time. Well, let's see. Let's give them their moment. Pottery music. Yeah, but if I came in here as something else, it feels like it's just not me. I don't know. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm used to it at this point. It still makes me chuckle. It still absolutely makes me chuckle, but, you know. I don't know. It's funny. It feels very you. It does. Yeah, I think you're right there, Klobasab. Although I don't want to jump the gun and then skip someone who is actually there. Oh my god, this cigarette is healing my fucking soul. Yeah, I haven't had a cigarette today. I'm trying to keep it to one per day, if that. I'm trying to keep it to like one a week, if I'm being honest with you. But then, you know, my girlfriend's dad comes in from France and brings us French Marlboros. What the fuck am I supposed to do? Not smoke them? Jesus fuck. I'm down to 5 per day from 2 packs. Wow. Oh, geez, that's a lot. That 2 packs. 2 packs is an incredible amount of cigarettes. That's like you are just smoking at all moments of the day. For me to get through 1 pack, I feel like I'm like smoking, like basically 2-3 an hour, and that's a lot. 1 every 20 minutes is a lot of cigarettes for me. 1 pack, wink, wink. Jesus, Sam, you could do better than that. You could do better than that. You should auction off the spot in line if the people dip. You know what? Like, I've been thinking of restructuring the queue system. Not the queue system, but like the who can join the queue in general. And yeah, it would be interesting. It would be interesting indeed. I just had to refresh the stream twice because Twitch suddenly disconnected me. That sucks. I have not received 1 single drop in frame rate or I have not had any drop frames or any drop in kilobytes. Like I'm doing pretty solid today, guys. I'm not gonna lie. It's unusual how well it's doing. Now watch it all come crashing to the ground. All right. It seems that Klobasab was right, and it is indeed Klobasab's turn. Oh, thanks, Sam. I see that you just posted in Discord. We appreciate you. No, that was it. Cigarette already finished. Well, hell, dog. I'm not gonna let you smoke alone. I might have another. Chill out, dude. Especially if you're sick. Especially if you're sick. Okay. Crazy Funk for Mike. Thank you. I'm not sure how I feel about that. But let's listen, I suppose, together. Let's just make a note here. We got Klobasab. Yeah, if you're already feeling unwell, take it easy. Yeah, dude. Come on. Like, especially if you're throwing up nausea, specifically with relation to tobacco. Tobacco can often make me quite nauseous. So I'm just hoping you know, take care of yourself, Weeb. You deserve it. You deserve yourself to be. You deserve it. You deserve a healthy body. Jesus fuck. My words are failing me today. Okay, let's listen to Crazy Funk for Mike. Thank you again. I'm not sure if I'm thanking you. Pottery Music, did my turn go? I just skipped you about like 2 minutes ago, unfortunately, Pottery. So if you'd like, you can get back in line. And if you want to claim as quick of a spot, you can skip the queue if you wish. Sorry, dude. You got to be here to. Whoa! I didn't finish introing the track. Calm down, SoundCloud. You got to be here to get your song played, man. Sorry about that. All right, let's listen to this song, Crazy Funk for Mike by Kleba. Let's listen and talk about it. the fade out was a power move in this particular context, so I can respect the fade out. Well done on that. Very cool, very groovy. I love the aesthetic on this. I would have loved to hear it with vocals. Truly, I would have really, really liked to hear like what you think this song, this song should have sounded like, even with a draft of vocals, just to know like what you had in mind, because I'm getting all kinds of inspiration of like fucking MGMT, Justin Timberlake, fucking Bruno Mars. I'm getting a lot of Billy Ocean. Yeah, I could see that. I really think this fits in with Daft Punk style. Yeah, it does sound very Something About Us. If I'm being honest. Yeah. So I got a couple of things here. Yeah, Rick Astley would be a little bit too. It's a little too down tempo for Rick Astley. It's got to be a little bit more upbeat. So you got to have a more chill vibe. But like, I don't know, man. Let me see something. Hey, play. I said. Hey, hey, hey. Hey. Like, you know, like that shit, that vibe, you know? Japanese city pop. I'm not sure exactly. Please be my vocalist for this. Fucking hire me then. If you want, hire me. So let's also just gonna turn on my headphones here. I think your intro's a little long. Again, I don't understand necessarily. I would understand necessarily if you had vocals going on in the intro, but I'm not sure if you will. But as it stands right now, you could do this in half the length. I honestly think you could do this in half the length. If I played this for my mom, she would try to convince me it came out in the 80s. Yeah, I could see why. It's like halfway between 80s and 70s. The intro is kind of long. Well, yeah, I mean, Tucker, that's the idea here. Okay, so I wrote down lead element because obviously there is none in this track, but I want one. You know, I want there to be one. There is something that I would consider you to do. Like, I want there to be one, but there just isn't one, and that's my own frustrations. But the bass... Let's talk about the bass, because there's not much you can add to this without stepping on the potential future lead track. But your bass line, however, can use... It's E flat, isn't it? No, it's C sharp. Okay, cool. Your bass line could every now and then vary up a little bit. And I say this because I think at some points, especially when there's not much going on, even when the vocals are going to be in, you're going to want to change it up a little bit. change-ups, the reason that I think they're going to be important is because, again, you are setting yourself up to really not have a lot of moving room. You have a lot of synths going on. You got a lot of background textures that take up a lot of high mids. And it's actually one of my notes here. Get those high mids under control. Not that they're out of control necessarily, but they have to be in control preemptively for when the vocals fall in there. Otherwise, those vocals are going to fall way behind those instruments. They're going to you can't just throw vocals on, turn the volume up, and hope that they stand out. You need to have them dance a little bit, because this song is all about things dancing, including the people who are going to be listening to it. These things are crucial for you to do preemptively before you realize that it's too late, if you will. So the reason that I say bass is because that's a place where we can take a few liberties and change up the feel of your song just by applying a different bass texture, or not texture, but a different bass riff or melody, adding those moments is really important. There are spots where a little slap lick happens, and I think that hits so hard. Exactly. But that's my idea here. Like, enhance, bring out more moments like that. Like, we hear it. Where the hell is the slap bass? I want to hear it. Claps in the beginning are ooh, but should be. Oh, okay, I see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1. Wait, let me hear. Let's hear. I don't get it. I don't fucking get it. I don't fucking get what you mean. Pounds like a Sam. We'll talk about it later either way. But anyways, my point with this is the idea is you don't have much maneuverability in your instrument tracks. So I would say fuck around with your bass to give your song a little bit more shape. To emphasize certain sections, your bass is going to be playing like more longer, drawn out notes rather than like riffy parts. If you're going to be leaving more breath and more space, then you're going to want your bass to be stepping up over time. It's good to have some of those slaps, but it's good to have riffs in general that your bass doesn't just keep doing the same thing over and over and over. Like, we want it to breathe. We want it to be a breathing thing. So maybe have a couple of different sections that you've arranged, or a couple of different bass variations that you've arranged that are going to allow us to okay, well, this section is the bass section, so we have the bass riff that is playing part A, and then you have the chorus, so you play longer drawn out notes. Then you go back to your verse section, but suddenly this is like going to be like section A, but with a little bit more improvement, with a little bit of a turnaround in the middle, and then it sort of degenerates back to like long drawn out notes for the chorus. Like, you know, like, have a shape in mind for your bass. So for the sake of your bass, and then your bass will support the rest of your song. I don't know any other way to say it. Yeah, I agree, but I don't really know how to step into the vocal side of music. Not my thing. Vocal chops, that's how I get by. I mean, yeah, you could very well just drag and drop vocal chops and vocal samples into it and start fucking around with it. Hire a singer also. You could always... Exactly. Hire someone on Fiverr, or you can hire a professional like me, like yours truly, who can do some vocals work, and who has literally just been hired to do some vocal work, believe it or not, by international acts. So yeah, you could also do that. But yeah, that's pretty much all I got to say about your song. Thank you for allowing us to listen to it online together, to talk about it, to provide some feedback, some analysis, some comments, criticism, what have you. I reversed the order of that for some reason, and I don't think it benefited the flow of it. But yeah, I mean, it's a good song. It's groovy. I like that you said for me, for Mike specifically. Thank you for that. It was groovy, and it is definitely like my style of enjoyable music. So thank you for trusting us with your track. Now we're going to be moving on down the line here, folks. We got Tucker Josie up next. Stick around, Kalabasab, as we listen to Tucker Josie's song, because there's some things in Tucker Josie's that we might realize, oh shit, we didn't do that in our song either. We should probably get back to that. You know what I mean? So yeah, thank you guys very much. Either way, I appreciate your well wishes. Thanks for the W's. Mike, if I had the money, I'd get some vocals from you and put them on some of my slut pop. I'd be so curious to see the result of that. So curious to see what that would give. Very, very curious. Anytime. Just let me know. I'd like to book more of those gigs, honestly, this summer than having to take sound engineering gigs for corporate. That would be my preference, I think. Slop? Kind of. Slut pop, slop. Kind of. A little bit, I suppose. All right, folks, let's move on to Tucker Josie, a.k.a. Young Cholesterol. Love that. Love that. Okay, let's listen to this. It's some unfinished New York drill. Literally unfinished drill unreleased, going on the album. Okie dokie. Well, let's listen to it. Let's talk about it. We got 10 minutes on the clock for Tucker Josie, and let's listen to the unfinished drill song. Let's go. Okay, well, I'm not going to start the timer if it's going to be a bitch about it. Look at this bitch loading. I even have time to write. Tucker.
Yeah. Big steps, I'm breaking the floor. Too much weight when I walk through the door. Used to be broke, now I'm up for shit. Now they're all watch where I'm hitting the store. Ain't shit change, I just got more rich. Big bankroll, I don't feel no glitch. Shot girls, but I keep it low. In my DMs, I leave it on hold. I don't play games, I just make the plays. Money real long like I'm in delay. Stacking my wins like I'm stacking my trades. Too much heat, better back up, hey.
We stumble upon a rare sight indeed. The elusive young cholesterol.
Cholesterol high, so is the rate. All this weight never show hate. Talk shit, but they don't leave the gate. Been outside, I don't deal with the fate. Run down numbers like I'm doing the math. All these brokies are stuck in the path. Trying to keep up, but they keeping it slow. But too heavy, I stop when I go. Look at my plate, that shit look full. Look at my wrist, that shit look cool. Look at my name, it holds some weight. I'm the big back, I set the pace. Big step, big bag, big drip. Get flip, no script. I'm the one, I came from the pit.
All right. Tucker Josie saying that that's where that ends, so we'll stop it around there. Okay, so that was funny. Let's start by saying that, right? Like, we can all agree that was interesting. Look at my plate, that shit look full. I like that line. I do too. I think I like the idea of this song very much. The subject matter specifically is yeah, exactly. I enjoyed myself too. It was a fun time. That's I guess my point here. So, Tucker, you're on the right track, I think. I ain't heard rap quite like this before. Big D, yeah, I mean it's drill, right? But at the same time, it's not respecting all the rules of drill. As long as it's funny, I don't care. Okay, well, here's the idea here. Is I think you do have the potential to be to make a very comedic track. However, there are a few things that you do need to objectively work on, musically speaking. First of all, let me just check this here. 420 milliseconds. Tucker, if you've been here for a while, on this stream or on any of my other streams, you'll know bar 1, beat 1 is not where you start the export of your track. You start it 420 milliseconds before bar 1, beat 1. So you leave space so that your track is not getting cut off like this. So very, very easy. Very simple to do on the export. You just drag the region back where you want it, but a little further. 420 milliseconds of silence before every song. Let's make it a revolution, folks. Okay, so the thing that needs to be worked on, however, there's two things, but it's an overarching one thing. It's your diction and your timing. Your flow, there's an argument there where it's actually could be construed as creative in terms of like when you look at drill music in general. One could say that for drill music it is more creative flow-wise. However, your diction, that is to say, the pronunciation of your consonants and all things that would influence any understandability thereof, that's important, my dude. You'll notice that I take the time, like when I speak, I slur my words a lot in private, but when I'm presenting something, I'm trying to throw my words with as much understandability behind them as possible. And rapping, mumble rap, fine, there's an argument for that, but I hate mumble rap because it's lack of skill artistically done, and I don't like that personally. I don't like it when something can excuse a lack of practice. Diction is an important part of rap. I low-key fuck with mumble rap. I get it. It's a vibe. It's one where it's like if you're just trying to like semi-relate to the song and not really do anything with it, that's fine. He's got that corporate AV diction. Fuck you. You're right. You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. But yeah, that's my point here is like, you're not going after a mumble rap. We all know this. We all hear this. We all hear a comedic song. It was a nice one, Mandy. He got me there because that's exactly I'm literally speaking as if I'm sound checking into a microphone. Check 1, 2, sibilants, plosives, plosives, sibilants. Okay, I'm done now. Yeah, so the diction is an important thing because you're not going after mumble rap and you're going after something comedic. It is important for the sake of your points that we understand what it is you're saying. So when you chew your words is a French expression, tu mâches tes mots, which literally translates to you're chewing your words. It is unfortunately not to the benefit of your track. The second thing that is not to the benefit of your track, it's not to the benefit, in my opinion, of any rap track, is bad timing. It's bad timing. Not that your timing is god-awful. I've heard much worse on this stream, believe me, and I've heard people try to convince me that that's the genre, but your timing could use work, so you can practice it. Mumble rap is a bad habit to get into, trust me. You got a good voice and good articulation pushed into that, and a much larger audience than the mumble rap audience will love it. That is so true. So true. It's everlasting. It transcends. It's not just rap fans that will like good rap. It is many people who will like good rap. No Words, Hobson, love that song. I don't even know that song, so throw it on the music we love, Chips. You know the deal. Okay, so let's examine an example of both of these happening. Like timing as in how I rap, or like how I move the audio file in FL Studio? No, it's how you timing as in how you rap, as in the rhythm that the rhythmic tendency to adhere to the grid. That's what I mean in terms of your vocals. Let's examine examples of both where your diction and your timing can be improved.
Walk through the door. Used to be broke, now I'm up for another. I'll watch from him.
Yeah, you used to be broke for watching shutters. I'm not quite sure what you said there, bud. Not only that, but the timing of it, if we listen.
Used to be broke, now I'm up.
Used to be started a little bit early. You kind of jumped to the gun on that. You rushed to the beat a little bit on that. Used to be broke, now I'm up for sure. So, again, there's very little motivation for me to understand that in the song when it's already hard enough to understand. Plus, when it's off time, now you're destabilizing me. Going off beat, going off grid is a tool. If you go off grid, artistically speaking, I've been told that I am too on grid sometimes. I have been told. And now I have understood that it is important to go off grid in the right ways. This is not it.
Another, I'll watch from in the store.
long gaps in between lines, and I'm not sure what purpose necessarily that serves. Like I don't necessarily see I don't necessarily see a gap here. I see you just started your song. Give us some meat. Give us something to work with. We don't need this much silence. So do I need to re-record? Let me answer you at the end of this. No shame in adjusting the timings in the DAW either if needed. If you need to move things forward or adjust sample timings, then no problem. Well, the thing is, Vandy, is I was gonna say exactly that, but I'm afraid that with the pronunciation, it's probably just gonna be easier to re-record on time. I think it'll just be simpler. The long gasps are on purpose. But I don't know why. I just didn't feel like rapping. Well, I'd say find some lyrics. You know, you wrote some. You could do it again. I'd say fill those gaps. Having those gasps, having those gaps they're not conducive. Ad-libs is a better use of silence. Absolutely. Ad-libs is a better use of that silence. I would agree with that, Weeb of Canada. But yeah. I think in general your flow, like I said at the beginning of this, and this will be my last thought, and we're going to end on this and go slightly over, but I think your flow can be, put in more jokes. That would be my idea. Actually give us more funny lyrics, because we have some, but I could use more. I could honestly use more jokes in this song. There's not necessarily enough for me to feel satiated yet. Obviously the song's not done, so we haven't heard the song to completion, but even in these sections, there could be more dense lyrics. Or you could fill it with another voice saying a remark or something. Yeah, like a call and response kind of thing. You could very well fill it with a call and response. It was supposed to be less funny compared to the other ones. I need more cholesterol. Yeah, we need more fat. We need more cholesterol. Give us more vocals. Give us more vocals. Honestly. Give us more vocals. It'll work. And like I said, we're ending on this, but I think your flow can be construed as original, Tucker. So you have this interesting way of altering the flow, but just make sure, like I said, with your diction and your timing, that the execution is flawless, because otherwise it sounds sloppy, not original. I'm thinking specifically your second verse.
So is the
way
cholesterol
the way you start it and the way you continue it, it could be original.
high, so is the rate. All this weight never show hate. Talk shit, but they don't leave the gate. Been out.
Then that execution makes me think you didn't know where you were going, so you kind of just threw the syllables wherever you felt like in that moment they fit, without any really forethought. And that seems sloppier to me than necessary for this song. But it's on a cool direction. I like it. That's my point. That's my point here. This is how you get inspiration for your ideas. That is exactly what I did. You just described my process. Well, I'll tell you, that is a good process for brainstorming. For brainstorming ideas, that's great. Keep doing that, because that's the way you get your first ideas down. Then you listen back and you edit yourself. You go, something's off on this section here. I don't know what it is. It doesn't feel final. It doesn't feel finished. In this particular case, it's because it's not. It's because you don't have any forethought in it. Brainstorm, think about it. Think cholesterol, but let's listen back to it.
Cholesterol high, so is the rate. All this weight never show hate.
Cholesterol's high, so is the weight. All this hate never took. Like, you could very well. All this hate never took come to debate. You know, like, you could very well throw in a triplet in there, and just, again, think about the words, think about the syllables, think about how they're going to fit in. This is why good rap is hard to do, because you need to think about which words you're going to use and which variation of the words, because cholesterol's high is one way of saying it, or my cholesterol's high is another syllable, or you can say my cholesterol's hitting the roof, or my cholesterol's through the roof. There's many ways to say the same thing, and it just depends what syllables you need access to in that moment, which is why a lot of the time when you're brainstorming the rhythmic element of it, forget the lyrics, just do and just like scat out. Well, that came out in the wrong way. But scat what feels right. Still not good, but you understand my point. Work out the timing, hash it out, and kind of like practice a few different ones. Record one, listen to it. Record another, now listen to them back to back. You don't work out. Well, I mean, evidently through the song you don't work out. But that's not my point here. Work out your vocals. Work out your vocals. Actually, that brings a good point. Scatman John might be a good reference point. Don't expect me to exercise. Damn ads, bro. Well, either way, we're done. It's done. So don't worry about it. Either way, thank you very much, Tucker Josie, for allowing us to listen to the song, to provide comments, criticism, feedback, analysis, what have you. He is flipping out right now because he has no idea what I'm saying. He just sees my hands and my face waving while like a Tide ad plays. This is why you guys need to subscribe, because I don't want to interrupt myself. Mike is done, Tucker. I guess I could have typed it. But I felt like kind of fucking with you a little bit, Tucker. Thank you, Tucker. Vandy, thank you, Tucker, for trusting us with your track. We are moving on to you, Vandy, which technically means that you get 15 minutes on the clock because you are a subscriber. You're a subscriber. You're the subscriber. What? Nope. All right. Either way, Tucker, let's work on that diction. Let's work on those vocals. Let's work on the flow in general. Let's work on executing the original flow. Let's work on it, shall we? Okay, I'm gonna go eat the whole McDonald's now. Do it. Cholesterol's high. So is. Oh, well, I forget the lyrics already. The plate looked full as. What was the fucking? I can't remember the lyrics. God damn it. Executing the burgers. Let's do it, man. Go and get me some burgers. I want some burgers right now. God, I could use some burgers. All right. Mike, you should set up an e-transfer number so I don't need to pay Twitch. I mean, I don't know how to go about doing that. I mean, I guess I do, actually, but like, I'll figure it out. Okay, Weeb? I'll figure it out. Okay? I'll figure it out. I get it. I get what you mean. But I'll figure it out. I'm hungry as always. I'm hungry too, man. Like, I haven't had food in a while. I just dropped my entire fucking toolbox. Oh my god. Mi entero puto caja de... I don't know what the word for tool is, but anyways. I just had soup. Ah, man, so did Weave of Canada, but then he dropped his fucking toolbox. Anyways. Let's listen to it. Let's listen to Vandy's shit. What do you mean, held a message for bullying? I need to... Herramienta, thank you. I appreciate that, Ian. I appreciate that. All right. Let's listen to it for Vandy here. We got Vandy. Vandy's track, Worldwide Noise, cover version 3. Don't forget the paragraph, by the way, so you know what I'm looking for. Right. Sorry. People drop paragraphs in this bitch and expect me to like... No, anyway, I'm just kidding. This is a highly accurate cover of the Pizza Tower song called Worldwide Noise. Sure. I've told you already, I don't know what this is. Finding all the necessary samples and sounds took longer than I'd like to admit. And if you need proof this is real, since some people don't believe, you can see the link in the description of SoundCloud. Okay, sure. For feedback on this, I'm looking for as much feedback on everything as possible. Make sure to know what I'm looking for. Everything as possible. Okay, thanks, bud. As well as overall accuracy to the original, if you wish to compare to the original, of course. I do not, but I hope to learn from this. Yeah, I could have shortened that. Yeah! Either way, I'm not going to compare it to the original. I appreciate you. I appreciate you submitting like a proof of making, like a bill of making, I suppose. I don't know what the fuck to call that, and honestly. Vandy. So here we go. Worldwide Noise, the version 3 of this cover. behind the scenes either. Receipts. Thank you. We have Canada. Receipts. That was the exact word I was looking for. Posting receipts. So I won't be so inclined to accuse you of AI. It still might happen, but let's see. Let's go. Okay. This was wild. I don't know what the hell this is. Either way, it's wild. All y'all are on the same page as AI. This is not AI. This AI would never, indeed. I only heard AI attempt to make the top 40 of various genres. Not that it's that good, but it always goes for that type of style. Probably the goofiest song you're gonna hear today. Yeah, pretty goofy. I'm okay with goofy. I can get down with goofy. At first, it was making me move. It was making me like, you know, I had the energy in me, so it's good. Also, shout outs to the best person in the world. She heard me say I'm hungry from the other room, and she just bring me a bowl of peanuts. What are you gonna, you know? So good. We're the goofy gooners over here. We love goofy music. Amazing. Anyways, thanks, Emma. I appreciate you so much. More than you know. You know, but more than you know. All right. This is the main problem of snacking while I'm doing this stream, is that I'm doing so much talking that I can't really chew and speak at the same time. And it's the same problem that I have when I'm narrating D&D. I literally was just talking about this with Emma. Like, I would need, everybody should go watch Brendan Lee Mulligan, who is a very famous D&D, talk about his main problem being that he doesn't have two mouths, one of which you can shovel salami into at the back of his throat, and one of which he can use to narrate what's happening in a D&D game. It's the worst thing. It's all good, no worries. Honestly, I'm the same way. Anyways, let's get into this a little bit. So the first note that I have, it is a consistent note throughout. We're going to examine different ways in which it plays out, but essentially it is the biggest sort of issue. J-Boy, tip $5 to skip the queue. Oh, well, hot diggity dog damn. You know what that means, folks. J-Boy, check it out. Oh, sorry. Nope. You don't skip ahead of the person we're currently doing, but you skip. You see that? You skipped the line, so you're next. Thank you very much. True legends will talk while they chew. You find a chest, nom nom. Is it a fucking mimic? God damn it. This is my problem, is like my players will overinterpret everything that I do. You know, I know you've been telling us to check him out forever, and I just recently did, and he is funny as hell. Yeah, Brendan Lee Mulligan is hilarious. Matt Mercer is a genius. I recommend anybody wanting to check out D&D in general, check out anything Matt Mercer touches. He is amazing. Based for donating, yeah, it's hilarious, but he skipped the queue, so here we are. Anyways, let's start by examining my biggest gripe with this entire production. Hell yeah, thank you, J-Boy. All right, let's. Those glitches, they start to pierce me in my ears, and I'm like, that's okay. It's important sometimes to set some kind of tone down, that there's going to be moments that are going to be like striking in the high end. So it's like you're setting what's called precedent. That's okay. So I'm willing to forgive that moment, but just know from the top, I'm like, ow. Pretty good so far. I will say that your kick is kind of compressed. It sounds like it's falling behind a little bit the rest, and it sounds crushed, like sort of smashed to bits. Also, sort of sign number one of this issue that I'm going to talk about. We start to hear hi-hats in the far left channel, and they are also quite shreddy in those high frequencies. Okay.
Power off.
What did you say? My light just talked to me. I think it said power off, but then it's on. You see the light, it's on. Anyways, so yeah, we come into this section, and the hi-hat, sorry, that creeped me the fuck out. We come into this section, and those hi-hats come in, and we're like, okay, this high end on this track might be a problem. Then we have two sets of hi-hats. One that is just shredded. Yeah, my light spoke. I can't get over this. I'm sorry. I need a second. My light spoke. My light just said power off, and it's still on. I don't know what's happening. The AI didn't like what we were saying, and if it can communicate to that light through my computer or something like that, I don't know. I don't know what's happening. Is it a magic lamp? It might be now. It might be. Hell, so much D&D played in this room, it might have enchanted itself. Jesus Christ. The light is gaining sentience. It's going to be a fucking neutral good or neutral bad, neutral evil light with like an intelligence score of 18 and a wisdom of 9. Fuck. God, I can't deal with this right now. Anyways, let's go. Let's talk about the song for real. So at this point, we not only have that shreddy hi-hat in the left channel. You'll be fine. It's okay. We not only have that shreddy hi-hat in the left channel, now we have this sort of like breakbeaty, sort of like mid, but like low passed hi-hat in the middle. So that's already a lot. Then we have this pulsing going on in the right. Now, I'm not taking away from the fact that this is probably how the original was, especially if you're making a one-to-one cover. I'm not saying you should take any of these elements away. What I'm saying is, you should probably tune them so that they don't hurt my fucking ears. Because it's all so much. It's all so much happening at the same time. I honestly believe we're going to get murdered by it. And Emma does the best impression of the light. Like every now and then she'll just come into the room and just go, "Puff," and like what? How do you sound exactly like the light? It's like Bluetooth mode, and she does it like flawlessly. It's crazy. I guess it's more so to improve them and upon the original. Yeah. So you sure that wasn't her? No, I am not sure. I am not sure. I can never be sure. I will never be sure. You'll never know. Correct. I'll never know. She will fuck with my brain for eternity. I guess it's more so to improve them and upon the original. Yeah. So again, if the original did these things, then I understand you trying to recreate it one-to-one. But this is my whole point here is like, why repeat a mistake? Why not accomplish the same goals in a creative way that sounds better? Because I hear a lot of songs that I cover. And like, there's a lot of them that sound perfect, and I just love the songs, and I just want to cover them and try to one-to-one them as close as possible. But if this is the errors that the original song is doing, why not try and improve upon them a little bit and like back off from some of the high end on one of the elements and try and like channel the chaos. And it is my next note here. I wrote the words choose chaos. And we're going to get into this, but let's focus on this high end throughout because there are several places where we need to dial it back heavily. So let's go through it. So again, this synth now competing with all of the rest for all of this high end because you have it everywhere, including in the middle. And then this synth, which is the center, which is already dominated by your and that in and of itself has a lot of high energy. Now a plucky little high mid synth comes in and tries to cut through. Obviously, you're going to need to dial up the high end to make it cut through with the rest. And this is where I say now we are cascading down this path where it's never ending. You're never going to be able to, nothing is going to be able to have enough high end to cut through because everything is stepping on each other. And this is where I'm like, we need to start making choices. And that goes hand in hand with my choose chaos, but you need to start making choices EQ-wise, which things are going to fill which pockets, because it is finite. You have 20 hertz to 20 kilohertz. That's your pockets. That's how much humans can hear, at the most. Normally 20 to 15. Normally. Even less sometimes, 20 to 12, some older people. But you can only occupy some of those frequency pockets with some of those frequencies. And the bass is always going to be in the center, so you're already limited on that frequency spectrum. The rest, you're going to have to place left and right, volume-wise. You're going to have to put it in terms of depth with reverb. And I don't hear those choices being made. It's like there are no positioning choices being made except for left, right, and things are pushing through volume-wise like a battering ram through an oak door. That's really what I'm hearing, is things are just trying to push their way through. It's a destructive feedback or something like that. I think what you're thinking, see, now it turns off. I don't understand anything. God damn. Emma, stop this. Stop this at once, Emma. I know it's you. Anyways, I think what it is it's destructive titude. Essentially, like your frequencies are stepping on each other and they're taking away from each other. It's something to do with that. Essentially, there's too much trying to compete all at once to the point it just becomes spaghetti. I can relate with that because, well, I have dealt with a lot of spaghetti code and programming. Yeah, so it's a good way of seeing it. Spaghetti code, spaghetti cabling. Also, me wrapping cables as an audio engineer. If I see a pile of cables all bundled up, I'm having a bad day because I have to now decipher that garbage, that bullshit. So yeah, it's not exactly pleasant, and it doesn't necessarily do favors to our ears. Now, this, let's keep listening. So now, on top of having those frequencies all jumbled up, now we have added chaos in terms of chord progression, and chaos in terms of melodic progressions, and chaos in terms of rhythmic. We have added all of our chaos into one block. Because look, moments before, like we are just going off the rails at this point. And this is where I tell you, very importantly here, Vandy, choose your chaos and improve upon it if necessary for covers, even for one-to-one covers. Choose the moments that are going to be the most audible. I'm not saying don't put things in your mix that they did. I'm saying focus in on things. The human attention span only has a certain amount of things it can focus on at a time. And this is more than that. Like, that is a lot of things. Again, I say this knowing that you're trying to cover a song and not knowing the original. I would have to listen to the original to really know if you nailed the cover, quote unquote. But either way, whether or not you nailed the cover is irrelevant to me, because at the end of the day, am I having a pleasant experience? Well, at first I was, and then it got to be a lot, and then it continued to be a lot. So many things cluttering the center. and you have so many things on the left and right far, and you have all of this space that you have not used, or that is just a jumble of spaghetti in and of itself, that you could very well clarify things a little bit. So be sure to make things occupy their own frequency pocket. Each element should have its own sort of specialty frequency pocket, and each element should have a place on the left to right spectrum, and also on the depth spectrum, using reverb, using delay, creating physical space and distance between where we hear it and where it actually lives using its reverb. So like, find that balance point a little more, because right now it's just a wall of noise. And I know it literally says Worldwide Noise is the song title. I understand that. That doesn't mean that we have to do it improperly in that way, where we are bombarding people's ears with information, and not in a way where they understand all of the information being thrown at them. So that's an important distinction right there, is like, you can bombard people with information, or is it understandable at the end of the day? And I think there's a way to convey all of these simultaneous messages. I think there is a way to convey them. It's going to be hard, but there's a way. And that's pretty much all I got to say about your track, Fanny. Thank you for allowing us to listen to it online together, for allowing us to talk about it, provide comments, criticism, feedback, analysis, what have you. Interesting. Again, it's a interesting song in and of itself. It's like, it's got a very weird texture. I don't know what pizza, whatever the thing is. Pizza tower, is that what it's called? I don't know what that is. And today I've learned something new. I've not heard this before, and I've learned something new. If you like platformers, you're going to love Pizza Tower. I'm not a huge platformer guy. The platformer's got to be really fucking good for me to like it. Like, I grew up on Super Mario 3, okay? That was my thing. But then I got tired of that really fast, so... Is it really for me? Not sure. I don't know that platformers are for me. I'm more of the open world exploration type, if I'm being honest with you. Platformers are just way too limited for me. I need to roam. Not all who wander are lost. Not all that glitters is gold. We'll keep those in mind. Thanks. Honestly, this all already helps a lot, especially since I want to start working on more original songs myself. Hope you don't mind. I'm recording the stream, by the way. I just want to keep the advice archived. Yeah, sure. Do your thing with it. There's going to be a VOD on YouTube, by the way, guys. If you don't know already, I don't know if you've seen the chat. I don't know if it's To People's Right or not. I think it is To People's Right on Twitch, or on the bottom. The chat does every now and then pop up a YouTube link, and that's where you can find all of our VODs. We upload usually weekly, the week before, or the week after, whatever it is. But yes, we have a VODs YouTube channel specifically. Mike, I gotta go. Love what you do, bro. Happy I could catch the stream. Same with you. Same with me, Big D. I appreciate you being able to stop through. And thank you for coming along with us on this voyage. JBoy9898 says, can you do one before me? I mean, sure, but you paid for the skip, so no worries. Glad to have all the feedback. If you like platforms, it's basically Wario Land's 4 spiritual sequel. Yeah, not my thing personally, but hey, there we go. Thank you very much. General tips with the YouTube channel link. Appreciate that. And either way, Vandy, thank you for trusting us with your track. We appreciate that very much. We're going to be moving on down the line, except J-Boy voluntarily gave up his skipped position back to Ian. So Ian, if you are with us, please submit your link in the chat at this time. You are indeed, and you are a subscriber. That is fun. This was not only fun, it's also very much appreciated on my side. This was a beat album idea that I had long ago. The idea of the album was to do 5 beats, each one representing the different stages of grief. Oh, interesting. This would be The Denial. I made it 2 years ago. No producer tag this time. Thank you. Thank you, Ian. Producer tags are the lowest of the low because reasons. But we got Purple Prod. I like purple. Purple's the channel color as well right now. So I respect that, Ian. We've got Denial by Purple Prod, which is what the first stage of grief, as everyone knows, is the part where we go, no, it can't be. No, that can't be. That's not possible. Denial. Let's listen to Denial, and then let's be in denial about it? No, that's the last thing we're going to do. Let's talk about it. 15 minutes on the clock. Let's go! Oh, and the fade out there too? No. Okay. So, I don't know if you're trying to exemplify denial as a concept. I don't know if you're trying to exemplify it through sound. Because what you got going on here feels very binary. I'll explain myself. Things seem to be very this or that. You have two chords, okay, throughout. Those chords change keys, but the interval does not change. The space between those two chords, no matter which key it's in, do not seem to change throughout. And I could be wrong about that, but I do not believe I am. Two chords. Two vibes, right? Like either like it's like one, then the next, then the next, then the next. It's always like sequential. It's always this, then that. Very binary. Denial. The thing about denial is it's not necessarily, it's usually never permanent. Usually it's never permanent. And I like the notion of it constantly being in flux and finding different ways to justify your denial, and like just finding yourself more and more and more in denial. It's like step one of grief, denial, could technically last forever for some people. They could never move out of that stage of grief, is how I see it. This seems like the emotion that we are feeling is sort of hesitating between denial or maybe there's another alternative. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's like there's this first chord here. And then this one. So that's the perfect fifth of it, I believe. Something's off tune. Found it. Let's just examine the chords here. Right, so you got that. No, it's something like that. Okay, so even within itself, it's going between two things. You see how like it's always binary. It's always the two. There's the one note and it has two states, and then the chord progression has two states. You have like two different chords, and then each section between itself, it feels almost like state one, state two, and then back to state one. It's very a binary thing, and I think that in and of itself does not necessarily make me feel decidedly in denial, so much as it does make me feel indecisive. So it starts to border on the refusal to decide, and therefore something in the denial. It's just, I guess what I'm saying to you now is these are all the musical concepts that I'm like experiencing while listening to a song like that. But all in all, if that was the only thing, and then those executions were done properly, those chord changes, those switch ups, if that was done that way, I wouldn't have an issue with it. But the problem is the execution of all of those change ups is sloppy, and the pivot chords don't exist, and the coherence between chords, I would be willing to bet money that those chord changes, those key changes rather, they're not coherent to one another in any like sonic or any melodic or any harmonic way. I'd be willing to bet money. So let's examine first things first, something very easy to fix, Ian, which is 420 milliseconds. You have a nice little pop there at the beginning of your song there, bud. Why? Because your song starts on a non-zero crossing point. Little click at the beginning of your song on top of losing information. So 420 milliseconds of silence before beat one, bar one, or bar one, beat one, and this will not happen. It's an easy fix. Do it. All right, next, the change ups out of nowhere. Let's talk about it. Problem is that it's audible. The quality of your samples that you pitch down and pitch up, it sounds like the same sample. It doesn't sound like you re-recorded it in a different way. It sounds like a re-pitched sample, and it changes the aesthetic of the song. So let's talk about this. At the beginning, you're in D to A, right? So like right? And then, what key do you jump to? Yeah. So technically, that's what I did. I just slowed it down. Yes. Yeah. So technically, it's not on the same scale at all. So like D minor, the F minor, would have been F major, if anything. Again, it's not cohesive. It's not a cohesive musical change. It doesn't switch up in a way that makes me go like, oh, wow, that transitioned my emotion to another state that made sense. It just kind of was like, this is this now. There's no thought there. There's no like, oh, I'm going to consider what this chord does when changing to this part. It's destabilizing, and denial is supposed to be a self-soothing thing, not a destabilizing thing. Technically, theoretically, it does work, but it isn't for a lot of people. Jazz artists do this kind of thing. Yeah, if you're talking about borrowed chords, yes, it works. If you're talking about borrowed chords and you're talking about jazz musicians that are taking one chord from another, you have a musical justification that it would technically be on one scale that exists in the world or another. But it doesn't flow. It does not flow. But for this, it doesn't work well, in my opinion. Okay, well, there at least we're on the same page, Weeb. Yes, there is a justification in this world where it's on the similar scale, but not. No, I refuse to accept that for this. The other problem is that by this point here, kind of craving a lead element. Yeah, like there's no lead element in this. There's the guitar, whatever like instrument it might be. It sounds like a guitar, but there's that, but it doesn't provide a lead structure. It does not give me main character going through the environment. This just gives me the world that we're living in. This gives me a main character is dropped into the world and spends his entire time observing the different environments or just walking through it, not doing anything active, not necessarily living an experience here. I need that experience. I need that story being told to me, Ian, because otherwise I just have a chord progression and I just have a guitar strumming and I have a couple of ambient synths that kind of fill in that noise, fill in that space rather. It doesn't really do anything for me. Let's see here. It could use a dissonant horn. Yeah, dissonant horn could work, and that could tie those two chords together if done well enough. Well, yes, but again, we need that, or we need a pivot chord. So again, I'm not sure if you know what it is, Ian, but a pivot chord is a chord that acts in between two chords to get to a place. So like, for instance, a major fifth. So if you were to go like... That's a pivot chord. If you were to go from the D minor, go to the A, go to the C, right there. Pivot chord, and suddenly your song makes sense. And it's actually a nice pivot. Fuck yeah! Throw in a C! Throw in a C! Don't even think about it. Transpose your A so that it be early, so that it goes to a C, and then you have a pivot chord, and then suddenly it is so much more musically coherent. Yeah, I need to learn more harmony. Harmony, man, it's a key tool. I'm telling you, it saves so much headache. It saves so many errors from happening preemptively. But yeah, a C. You want a C in there. You want a C to pivot your chord in there. The Reese at the end. I liked the Reese. This is my last note either way. It was just a comment that I liked the use of your Reese here. I like the feel of it. I would consider maybe adding a layer of distortion for your Reese, like basically taking your Reese and distorting it in another channel, and then like layering that in there and like bringing it up almost like a reverb throw-on. Reverb throw-ons would be good for your track either way for that bass, or more delay throw-ons I would say. But like kind of like a delay throw-on, like gauge in that distortion to like almost make it oscillate your bass, because I like Reese basses, but I like it to swirl a little bit more. And right now it's swirling in a typical way. It's swirling in like a very predictable, I'll say, way. Now I want you to make it swirl with noise. You don't have a lot of noise in this. It's a very clean track. Very, what's the word? I was going to say antiseptic, but that's not the word I was thinking. Sterile. It's a very sterile track. So it has the essentials and not much more. So that's fine. We can add a little dirty. We can add a little more dirty into it. You don't even have to learn it in this example. Just try and find what fits. Yeah, I mean, that's with all music. You just basically jam it out until it works. Think of a pivot chord as you start with an A minor, then to say B flat major, then to B major. Let's see. Think of a pivot chord as you start with an A minor, B flat major, Sure. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, the pivot chord is a B flat major, basically, is what you're saying. Yeah, exactly. Like that's a way. That is a way of doing it, for sure. That is a way of doing it. It's a good pivot chord, actually. Like the stepping stone, we call it from minor to major transitions. Yeah, specifically for minor to major, that's tough to pull off. But in general, it's minor to major is hard. Major to minor is easier. But yeah, it's possible, and it's totally a valid way of doing that. Either way, I think that's pretty much, I do that all the time in house music. I'm sure, but it's a far more typical thing to do the reverse or the opposite rather than that. Either way, thank you very much. We appreciate the opportunity, Ian, to talk about the track online together, to provide comments, criticism, feedback, analysis, what have you. The song was good. It was getting to its goal. I think it definitely leaves us in a state of uncertainty. I'm not sure I would go so far as to say that it makes me feel denial or that it reminds me of denial, but it reminds me of the refusal to decide something, which is in and of itself a form of denial, I suppose. So I guess you're calling to the concept from a distance, is what I would say. Now we just have to make sure that the execution of it is even cleaner, so that there's no doubt that it can be interpreted as such. Otherwise, it just sounds like, well, here's a key and then here's another key. Merci, bonsoir, we don't like that. Either way, thank you for trusting us with your track, Ian. We appreciate you very much. We're moving on down the line now. J-Boy, you better be ready, because you paid for a skip, and already you have not profited as much from that skip. All right, we got a track. We got ourselves a track. J-Boy 9898. J-Boy 9898. J-Boy 9898. He ain't gay boy 9898. I actually don't know if you're gay boy 9898. I don't care if you're gay boy 9898. I'm gonna stop this now. Yeah. Let's listen to this song before I embarrass myself any further on the internet. He's ready. Let's listen to Vogue by Lil 30. Lil 30 is not a bad name, I'll be honest with you. I kind of like it a little bit. J-Boy 9898. J-Boy 9898. Jones Barbecue Foot Massage. Jones Barbecue. Sorry. Okay, I'm done now. Let's listen to Vogue by Lil 30. Let's talk about it. 10 minutes on the clock. Let's go.
So high yeah, out of space. Take this 3-5. I like these bitches. Take it to the face. You won't fuck me before you eat this dick, bitch. Say your grace. But you can't touch me unless you come inside. some brain. Walked in, hit it, then a motherfucker, what your name is? Christian Dior, on my jeans, what you thinking? I like rocking dinner with some ice on the weekend. I only smoke exotic, bitch, this ain't no fucking ink pen. If I get a pound, little bitch, I ain't gon' fucking keep it. This shit, it ain't a stock charger, bitch, it's got a V10. They say I got a lot of problems that I need to repent. I'm off the deep end. I like switching cars the way that you be switching hoes. If I ran for president, your bitch would come and vote. But that little hoe ain't fine, I put my bitch straight out of Vogue. She called me her little pussy diver, see how far it go. I just bought a brand new Cuban, and I'm finna put some diamonds on it. Had that pussy dripping, yeah, that shit look like a waterfall. Diamonds so damn shiny, you would think that I poured water on it. I got a model bitch, so yeah, okay, I put some Prada on it.
Okay. That was okay. I'm not a huge fan of the person. Listen, like I'm saying to you, my preference is I'm not a huge fan of lyrics that glamorize this kind of stuff. It for me is what are you like? What are you showing off? But that's my personal preference. I understand that some people are actually really engaged with this kind of these kind of vocals, with this kind of lyrics. So I'm not gonna judge that. What I will say is a couple of things. First of all, your timing of your rapping is good, not great. There are moments that are hints off, like slightly timing-wise, off the grid. Let's listen to it a little bit.
Walked in, hit it, then a motherfucker, what your name is?
Timing on that is a little off.
Christian Dior, on my jeans, what you thinking? I like rocking dinner with some ice on the weekend. I only smoke exotic, bitch, this ain't no fucking ink pen.
I will say one thing is I only smoke exotic as well. Because, some point or another we got to find some common ground, you know what I mean? All right, so let's keep listening a little bit. The vocals in this section really aren't so bad. There are moments like there I think there was a moment around here, I think.
Fucking keep it. This shit, it ain't a stock charger, bitch.
Shit, that ain't a stock, like you're kind of like jumping the gun vocal like rhythmically on it ain't a right there. A little bit here.
A lot of problems that I need to repent. I'm off the deep end. I like switching cars the way that you be switching hoes.
Yeah, it's always a little bit off. It's never like off enough for like the common folk to notice probably. But it's enough for them to feel like it's not perfect. It's not lining up. It's the same argument for auto-tune. Except vocal timing, in my opinion, is quite important. In my opinion, arguably as important as pitch. For rap, it is more important than pitch. Let us talk about pitch, though. Actually, before that, let me talk about one thing, which Pounds Like a Sam did point out. 420. Your song's getting cut off, bruh. Your song's getting cut off. When you export your tracks, always bar 1, beat 1, give yourself 420 milliseconds of silence before that, and that's where you start your export so that this shit doesn't happen. Because this is just meh. This is just meh. There's this weird, you see it in mainstream shit too. I find that absolutely repulsive that in mainstream shit we're hearing cut off tracks. I'm like, I find that's like the least professional thing you could do is give your viewers or listeners less to work with. Anyways, whatever. What was I going to say? Yeah, so there's this weird texture that's happening over your vocals the entire time, and I found like what I wrote at first, Vox has this weird high end thing ? And I started listening through.
This bitch say yo great, but you can't touch me unless you come and sign this NDA. I've been signed to the game, bitch, but this ain't NBA.
It's almost like like a distortion, but specifically in the high frequencies. Then I like listened back and I'm like, it's not distortion. It's like some processing of some kind. Then I'm like, is it chorus? Is it ensemble? And then I fucking listened to this section.
Ice on the weekend. I only smoke exotic, bitch. This ain't no fucking ink pen.
And then I'm like, it's auto-tune. You have auto-tune on these vocals, but it's doing nothing. It's doing nothing. I would take that auto-tune straight off. It's doing nothing because you're not rapping in a way, like you're not doing Post Malone rap. You're just rapping. So like, what is it doing for you? Like, what is the job here? You have no pitch. Let me rephrase that. You have pitch, but it's not pitched rapping. You're not singing, you're not sing rapping, you're just speaking. And so the auto-tune is literally processing nothing. It's just adding this layer of sound, like a cloud over it. Take that shit off, bro. You don't need it. You don't need it. It's doing nothing for you.
You be switching hoes. If I ran for president, your bitch would come and vote.
Also, something that you should probably never leave on throughout your song, delay on your vocals throughout. That's a mistake. Let's listen here. Let's listen to what it does to your vocals.
I like rocking dinner with some ice on the weekend. I only smoke exotic, bitch. This ain't no fucking ink pen. If I get a pound, little bitch.
You have those little ad-libs that come in here and there, and they throw in like an accent. That's good. I like ad-libs. It throws in the unexpected in your song, so I like ad-libs. But then there's this layer of cloud. There's this layer of cloud over your entire vocals that would be so much more clarified if you were to just take off the delay of your vocals. You don't delay unless you're doing like, okay, there are some delays you can always leave on. With my guitar to demonstrate, this is a kind of delay that you can leave on because it sounds more like reverb. That quick. It doesn't really step on the vocal or the guitar itself. It's kind of there as like a reverb. It sounds almost like the quick reflections of a small room. So that kind of delay, when you're hearing those quick echoes, it's just it's an aesthetic. But long delay like this, where you have better, like this kind of delay, for instance. Kind of delay you don't want always on, because essentially while you're rapping one thing, the vocals from seconds before are also rapping but underneath, and it's actually clouding up your vocals and you're making yourself less understandable. That is a mistake. That is just never going to be good. Delay is made, those long delays are made to be used at the end of phrases. So like when you say one thing, you emphasize it by like delaying it out so that it fills the gap to your between this like last verse and your next verse. If there's some empty space and you say da 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 bass, like you fill that empty space with delays so that you could fill empty space, but you don't leave it on at all times because it won't perform as you want it to, which is to create like a layer of noise. So no, don't turn it down. Turn it off. Turn it off. It does not need to be there. This is what you do when you delay something, because you need yourself a double track anyways. This is going to be my last point. My last point was you need a double track, which means you need to, at the end of every phrase, emphasize a few words. You need to emphasize some words. Like it's like having a hype man. Your hype man is going to do ad-libs like you're doing, and he's going to be doing end of phrase sort of emphasis like this.
Get it, then a motherfucker, what your name is? Christian Dior on my jeans, what you
Take it.
I like rocking dinner with some ice on the weekend.
Take it.
I only smoke exotic, bitch, this ain't no fucking ink
Take
pen.
it.
If I get a
That doubling needs to occur. You need need to be doing that for yourself. You need to be your own hype man. Just like you do your ad-libs, you need to have doubles at the end of each phrase to sort of emphasize. And there's some that you're not going to do. You're going to leave some phrases undoubled. That's important that you leave some that are undoubled. But the ones that are doubled, those are the ones that you're going to throw your vocals back on top of itself. You're going to re-record another take to emphasize those words, the ones that you really care about. And on that track, on the repeating track, on the doubling track, that's where you put delay. So that the only things that are being repeated with delay are the last words of your phrases anyways. So that's a quick trick for you to kill two birds with one stone. Turn off your delay on your main vocals, turn it on your double track, and the only thing that's going to repeat is the doubles themselves, which is the only thing that you want to repeat anyways. Then you have your ad-libs on top of that, and suddenly your track is huge. Your track has just been rounded out. You have been your own hype man for your own vocals, and you have ad-libs that are kind of throwing in some chaos and creating some weird contrasts. Plus, the delay on your doubles is going to also create more space filled. Suddenly, your track goes from 0 to 100, man. That's the way you do it. That's the way you work with delay. That's the way we work with doubles. That's the way we work with ad-libs. That's the way you optimize your rap. You also want to fix your timing. You want to make sure that your timing is crisp and on the beat and on the grid. You don't want to miss any little beats, because it's those little details that make a difference for when someone says, hey, is he a good rapper or not? He's mostly pretty good, but he has those little moments where he misses it, but he's okay. He's okay. And the difference between someone who is okay and someone who is amazing and never misses a beat is I will replay a person who is perfect and never misses a beat over and over and over again. The replayability of something flawless and amazing is so much better than something that is just okay. I'll listen to okay once and I'll be like, that's cool. I'll listen to amazing a million times and never get tired of it. So be that person. Be amazing. Be amazing at your vocals. Be amazing at your flow, at your timing, at your pronunciation, your diction, and make your vocals themselves sound amazing by doubling yourself, by enhancing those ad-libs, by taking off the delays on your main vocals and only putting them on your end of phrases. Step up. What else you got is kind of my sentiment here. Either way, that's pretty much all I had to say about your track here, Jay. Thank you for allowing us to listen to it online, to provide comments, criticism, feedback, analysis, what have you. It's important, right? Rap is getting diluted in terms of skill. The skill pool for rap is being diluted because we accept certain things together as a society as okay or not. And I think the more we say mediocrity is okay, but it's not acceptable in a way, it's a stepping stone to excellence. The more we say that together and the more we push ourselves to achieve that, the better rap will get in general. If you don't believe me, take a look at UK rap. There is not one decent UK rapper who isn't above average amazing compared to US rappers. And I rest my case, because find me one UK rapper that is not good, that is known even a little bit, find me one, and I will change my mind. But until that moment, I have not found one myself. Either way, J-Boy, thank you for trusting us with your track. We're moving on here, folks. We only got a couple left, and we're going to call it a day for the stream. So let's push through these last few. We got Flowheed, who is up next. I haven't seen Flowheed in the chat in a while, so they might have dipped. So have Sweeney Streams. I've not seen them in the chat in a while either. So they both might have dipped. Yeah, UK has kind of overskilled the US by leaps in the last few years. It's fucking crazy, right? I think we talked about this on one of the last non-roast but feedback streams. I think we talked about this, you and I, before, but it's pretty fucking crazy. Mincier, hey, is the feedback still open? For the moment, Mincier, yeah, it is. Thank you, J-Boy. I appreciate that. Thank you for the feedback. Much love, and I learned something today thanks to you. It's my pleasure, J-Boy. I appreciate you, and I appreciate you being open to the lessons that I'm here to give, because music deserves it, and your music deserves it. You deserve to get better. You deserve to get better, and you deserve to know how. So yeah, Miniser, you can just go ahead and do command join in the queue and you'll be in line. I think Flo, you might be the next and last, if I'm being honest with you, because I have not seen or heard from Sweeney Streams or Flowheed in a while. So let's do Sweeney Streams. And oh, he is here. Okay, well there you go. Okay, so we got Sweeney Streams at least. We didn't miss that. So yeah, go ahead. I didn't see you in a while there, dude. I'm sorry. Like, forgive me. You don't contribute to the chat. You don't say how's it going. You know what I mean? Like, you gotta work with me here a little bit. Anyways, either way, Sweeney, go ahead and drop your your link in the chat. It is your turn. Does Spotify work or just SoundCloud? Only SoundCloud. Only SoundCloud. And it has been pretty clear. Everywhere you look on my stream, it is pretty clear. SoundCloud only. It's pretty clear. So yeah. Is that going to be a problem? We got dead air here, bud. We got to keep it moving. What are we done? What are we done? All right, here we go. Cool. Sweeney Songs, Break My Teeth. Break My Teeth is a pretty decent song title. All right. So, what is your role, Sweeney, in this? You have done only vocals on this because, as I see here, it's produced by someone else and mixed by someone else. So your role here is lyrics and vocal performance. Did you write and perform those vocals? Did you record your vocals yourself? Tell me, give me some context here, bud, in the chat. Give me some context. Talk to me about this track. While I play Break My Teeth by Sweeney, go ahead and give me a little rundown of what your role is in this, Sweeney, while we listen to it. Let's go. Break My Teeth. 10 minutes on the clock. Let's go. Nope. Everybody chill the fuck up. Bass is lacking. Maybe EQ too low because there are low lows. Yeah, it's sitting at like 40 hertz. I'm going to pull up my oscillator soon. Rise, long time no see, indeed. Welcome back, Rise. And it's funny that you have clarified your name. Your actual name now actually reads Rise. Not Reyes, as I used to call you. Welcome back. The queue is still open for you. The queue is still open, brother. Absolutely. Jump on in the queue, Rise. Please do. And then I'll close it after that. We'll call it there. It's 8 o'clock here in Montreal. So jump on in the queue, Rise, and we'll call it there. It's been a while I haven't seen you. It's been a while. All right. So let's just take a quick look at something because I didn't notice. Yeah, I feel like 420 milliseconds is still there's still an infringement here of 420 milliseconds because I'm not hearing the silence before. I'm gonna call 420 milliseconds on you, just for the record. But you should talk to your producer about that probably, Reyes. Not Reyes. Geez, like fucking getting confused already. Sweeney. You should call your producer about that. You know what's funny? I've changed it to Rise, Our Eyes, because so many people thought Raise when they heard it. Sorry, brother. It's so funny. Okay. So there's this odd thing going through, and I don't know if it's because you recorded your vocals wrong, although I don't think so. It sounds mixed. It sounds like it's added post. There's this clipping, this distortion. Guys, correct me if I'm wrong here, but that is like a clip distortion that's added onto the master. Am I not correct? That sounds like a clip distortion added onto the master, not in the correct way as I would propose. But again, that's not a you problem, Sweeney. It's just unfortunate because it distorts your voice, and I'm sure you have a really nice voice. It's just not coming through clean. It's not coming through like crisp. It's coming through distorted and crunched, and almost like you were losing information from it. I'm noticing moments where there were moves that could have been made or like decisions that could have been made vocally that were not. And I think that we should have probably made those. So let me get into that, what I mean by that. SoundCloud might not be handled the master as good, not entirely sure, but some distortion is intended in mix. Yeah. So it's not about SoundCloud. Because SoundCloud doesn't add distortion if you're over a certain number of decibels. They'll just turn you down. This is mixed this way with distortion on the master. That's not the way you go about adding distortion into a song. I know a lot of people who like to use a soft clipper instead of a master limiter on their master track. And there are ways of going about doing that as well. But this is not the sound in which that results in. This is audible clipping. Not my favorite. Anyways. It is loud though, so again, like we got halfway there. Whoa! And then we just let the distortion overtake it. Okay. So the thing here is that I hear moments where you recorded vocals. Like let's go to the first verse, for instance. Those things there. I just need some more to keep my foot in the door. Like those minced words, those words where you're like not quite understanding what you're saying. I understand what you're saying. I can deduce what you're saying. I just need something more to keep my foot in the door. I get it, but I don't understand. And people who are trying to understand might not hear those vocals. Or might not understand those vocals without the lyrics. You know what I mean? So those little those little moments where the vocals are a little imprecise. There are also other moments. Honestly, the bridge, Sweeney, is the roughest part of your vocal performance. If I'm being honest with you, the bridge is really rough. What you want when you look back and feel it? Watch your life flashing by, did you steal it? Little imprecise there. I I understand the idea of going falsetto there because even me, I can't really hit high notes on full voice. But the volume difference between your falsetto and your full body voice should have been mixed accordingly, so that you don't lose energy going higher pitch. This is the opposite that should be happening. When you go higher pitch, you're supposed to be building in terms of energy, and this is good doing the opposite because we're going ah, na, 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 that's what's happening in this song. We should have mixed that up a little bit. Imprecise timing wise. Again there.
Tell me, was it all enough? Broke my teeth to break.
So there are moments, I forget where exactly it was, but there are moments in this song where it sounds like you're recording one line on top of the other, and like you're I think it might even be in the chorus. Let me listen.
The ceiling, rip my shirt to stop the bleeding. Punch that wall to that thing fall. You ever been up there? Oh yeah, I seen it. Broke my teeth to break the ceiling. Rip my shirt to stop the bleeding. Punch that wall to that thing fall. You ever been up there? Oh yeah, I seen it.
No, man, there was just this moment in your song where I heard that it was like you recorded something sequentially, timing-wise. Your vocals, like, main hook layer is all one take. Yeah, but that's, my point is that it is audible that is one take. Like, I'm trying to hear the comps, and I'm not. There are some moments where I hear them, and then there are some moments where it's like you do the thing, like you breathe in and you keep singing thereafter. It's like there was one moment where I heard that happen, and I was like, that was audible to me, but I can't seem to find it where it was. I should always note those little details. But I will agree with RI's melody is very catchy. It is a great hook. It is already stuck in my head. So well done on the composition of that. And overall, not a bad track. Again, most of the time, the execution is the thing that bothers me, not the idea. The idea is pretty cool. The execution, when you're adding distortion onto the master, when you're not like recording your vocals right on the grid, when you're not pronouncing all of your words correctly, those kind of little details, those little oversights make me go, man, the idea would have been so much better if it had been executed, if it had been done properly, if this, if that. And that's the thing, is I don't want to hypothetically imagine what this song would have been like optimized. I want it to be optimized. I want me to have no notes. I want me to go, you've accomplished your mission, no notes, well done, banger, boom. That's what I want. So that's why I'm nitpicky about this, because if there is something to listen to, if there is something to note, I'm gonna note it. It's something that needs to be improved. It should be improved. It shouldn't be, but here we are. We all have our journey ahead of us. Either way, that's pretty much all I got to say about your track, Sweeney Streams. Thank you for allowing us to listen to it online, to talk about it, to provide comments, criticism, feedback, analysis, what have you. Decent song. Catchy song. I will say this, Sweeney, with this particular track, if you are planning on doing any work to kind of like rework it, work with that producer. Because this song sounds like it's struggling to choose whether it's a vocal heavy track or an instrumental heavy track. There are moments in this where I'm like, it sounds like the producer wanted this to be a big drop, and it sounds like your vocals are kind of getting overshadowed by that, but then it sounds like your vocals are overshadowing the other things that are happening as well. It's sort of like the reverse thing. So be careful if you're working with this producer. Again, I see that it dropped last week, which, all right, major bad lie in it, I guess. But if you do work with this producer again, be aware of that effect. If the vocals are stepping on a particularly juicy instrumental part, or if the instruments are stepping on a particularly juicy vocal part, you guys should work together to decide who gets the spotlight. Because only one solo can happen at a time in music. That works for bands. That works for orchestras. There can only be one element that is soloing at a time. And there can be harmonies to that solo. There can be supporting elements to that solo. But there can only be one thing in the spotlight at any given moment. That's all I got to say about your track. Thank you for trusting us with your track, Sweeney Streams. We appreciate you very much. All right. As we move on down the line here, we're chopping down the chopping block. Thank you for playing it. I mean, no worries. Next time, maybe come to my stream before releasing it. So you make sure you're not missing any of these details before releasing it. And then most people are going to listen to it and go, cool. It's not perfect, so just cool. Not going to share it to my friends because it's just cool. Next time, come to my stream with an unfinished song so you avoid this happening, is I guess my point. Mini sir, did he already dip? Mini sir, mini. Are you here, Mini? I do not see you, Mini. Mini, can you hear me? Mini, can you hear me? Sweeney Streams, thanks for showing. Thank you very much. Pounds Like a Sam, you are like extending the gratitude. I say thank you and you extend it even further. I like that this is a place wherein gratitude takes place. I can appreciate that. I'm going to tag Minnie because what the hell. Melody thinks we should hydrate. She bought me the bottle, so I guess I should. Yes, I just sit here and I like hearing these things. I like having you. I like having you here hearing these things. Welcome. Welcome. Not welcome. You've been here for weeks. Months, even. Oh. Our eyes think... Rise. I'm going to call you Rise because that's what you used to be called. And I'm not going to relearn 6 things. Rise thinks we should hydrate as well. He didn't buy me this bottle, though. Never too much hydration. Nothing to be sorry about. I'll tell you that right now. They try to drown you. Yeah, I definitely suspect some shenanigans are at play here with people trying to drown me. Anywho, it seems like you're up, Rise. Let's just do it. I don't understand someone who can't wait one turn. I don't understand that. So let's do it. Let's just get your link, Rise, and let's close this night out. Okay, lo-fi-ish D&B, but let me know what you think. Okay. I'm in for both of those things. I like lo-fi, I like ish, I like D&B. So let's go. Drop me a link here, brother. Where are you at? Give it to me in the chat, please. I hope you didn't give it to me in Discord because that makes it infinitesimally harder to access. Just give it to me. Okay, good. Low Gravity is still procrastinating in the subs only Discord chat. By the way, guys, we got a subs only Discord chat. If you are a sub, you already know that. But if you guys want to get in on the inside baseball of the Discord community, as well as avoid ads, as well as support the stream, as well as blah, 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 consider subscribing. But Low Gravity right now in the subs only chat. You want to know something crazy? I'm still procrastinating. Sorry I'm missing the stream today. Was in the studio recording some local legends. Well, you know what? Your loss. Your loss, Low Gravity. But he was recording some local legends, so I guess we can't be too mad at him. I just linked Discord to Twitch yesterday. Hey, cool. I did it months ago, and I didn't realize that I could do something with that. But here we are. All right. Burrow with Vocal. That's the name of the song here. Discord noob. Yeah, that's me. That's me. You think it's you? It's me. All right. Let's listen to this song, Burrow with Vocal, and let's talk about it thereafter. Here we go. 10 minutes on the clock. Let's go.
But I'll call you when I'm busy. I'll call you when I cry. When I'm busy. I'll call you when I cry. I'm a wildflower, babe, forever free. When you're with me, there are guarantees. But I'll take your sunshine where I go. Anything to ease your mind. No, I can't promise you the world. I'll call you tonight. I'll call you tonight. But I'll call you when I'm busy. I'll call you when I cry. But I'll call you when I'm busy. I'll call you when I cry. I'll call you tonight.
Okay, that was pretty good. Pretty cool. Again, I always love the idea of what something's going for. It's like I can sort of picture myself in an environment here. And I like that. I like picturing myself in an environment. I like being able to be situated in an aesthetic. So that's good. The aesthetic is well-founded. Now, let's talk about some of the things that we could do to not only improve that aesthetic, but improve our journey through it, through the latter. First of all, this intro. I don't know why it's so long, if I'm being honest.
But I'll call you when I'm busy.
I feel like you could do that in 12 seconds. You know what I mean? I feel like you could do that in half as long, is I think what I mean. You have twice as many bars as you need to accomplish this. It's more an ambient build. I understand that it's, I don't think you meant a killed, but it is an ambient build. Yeah, there you go. I understand. It's funny that this has more of a build than the actual build to your second drop, which is by far your best part of your entire song. It's funny that your intro has a better build than your second drop. I would consider applying this sort of decadence. I want to say decadence, but it's more like, what's the word I'm looking for here? Sam, you're going to fucking know what word I'm looking for here. Not decadence, but self-indulgence. Self-indulgence. The self-indulgence of having such an ambient build in the intro when you are just trying to capture the attention and the curiosity of people who are prospecting your song It is bold, but does it pay off? I don't know. Let's listen to the drop. It's a really cool aesthetic, but do you think the majority of people are going to be willing to wait 25 seconds for it? I don't. I wouldn't bet on people's attention span. So I would do an ambient build in half as much time, personally. That's my thought. Now, when we get into this drop here, this clicky hat. I don't know why this has been a problem throughout the day, Rise. You weren't even here for the majority of it, but I've given this note approximately like 5 or 6 times today. The clicky hats here. Almost shaker hats. Way too loud, way too shreddy on the high end. It's crazy that this is a common syndrome today. Like I'm not even planning for this. You don't need them that loud if they cut through on the high end. And even if you bring them back, I think they're cutting too far through on the high end. I don't think you need that much percussive power. No, there's no reason for you to need that much. So I would bring those way back in the mix. I will also say with regards to the percussion and with regards to the rhythmic element of the song, it doesn't change once. Even in the break, we still get it. It's high pass to shit and low pass to shit. It's band pass to shit, but we still have that beat. Were you considering changing that beat at some point? Were you considering making it a little bit more interesting, glitching it a little bit, a little dub sort of, like kind of that kind of thing? Were you considering making it a little more breakbeaty? Some stumbles, correct? Pounds like a Simon. Something that creates some dramatic difference in this piece, rhythmically speaking, because I need it to do that. It's the same throughout, and it's just making me go like, okay, what's next? I will say, your second drop makes me forget about it. It's good. It's a good drop. It's like the elements are there and are giving me life. That's very, very nice. You have done well in the second drop. Again, it doesn't necessarily need to change there, but maybe in the first drop, maybe in the bridge, maybe somewhere before it, so that by the time we come back to an old familiar friend, we welcome him or her with open arms. Depends how you see a beat. I guess a beat has no gender, but we welcome this old friend with open arms instead of going like, oh, you again? That's sort of the way that I'm seeing this a little bit. So this beat has to vary at some point through this song. At some point. I'm not telling you which one, but it doesn't have to be the second drop. It just, this section, something. Your build for your second drop, like I said before, your ambient build for your first drop has more like sort of tension building than your second one. Let's listen in. Getting there, but it needs something that gives me even more tension. It's not building the tension to the extent where I need it to go like, get to it, drop. Like, it's not giving me that nervousness of like, please do this for me and drop already because I am dying and I need you to drop this track. That's what I wanted to do, because by the time the second drop hits, it's really cool. So we should be anticipating very coolness. With very coolness build. Last note that I have for you, and it's a pretty simple one. This drop, again, big fan, favorite part of the song for me, hands down. Let's listen in. Those brass synths are so cool. They sound great. They are like texturally, they fit with the song. They fit with the composition. They even add some tension in there, even though they're playing on the pentatonic scale of the tonic. They're throwing in some tension for the next bar. I love that. I love that. You've done really well with that. Except it's loud, it's aggressive. It's aggressive. It's a choir. Wow, you have distorted that choir well. Well done distorting that choir, Rise, because it is quite interesting. But I will say, it's loud. It doesn't need to be loud. Maybe instead of going down with the melody, go up. It is a variation that you could do. It's not a bad idea, actually, Sam. So that's something you could think of, Rise. If you're able to, build that melody up every like 3 bars. Just once every 3 bars, build it up and then go back again. Like it'll fuck with our expectations of like, when is it coming, you know? That's something. It's a hook though. It's for everyone to sing in chorus. I understand that it's a hook, but it's loud. It's aggressive. And if you're going to put it as a hook for everyone to sing, you would have put it in the center, n'est-ce pas? Like, all very left and right compared to everything else. So if you would have put it front and center, it might have been appropriate at that volume, but because it is far left and far right, it doesn't need to be that loud. You could literally notch it down by 2 dB and it would your song would benefit, because you will have something that is still standing out. The frequencies of this synth the choir. The frequencies that you have tuned with this choir still stand out. They are very grating. They have a lot of high-end energy. They are spread left and right, so they are out of the way of everything that's happening in the center. They have their own little sort of spotlight in the stereo image. What else? They have a reverb to emphasize how big their space is. You have already done a lot of work to make that choice for the hook for everyone to sing in the chorus. You have made that evident enough. It doesn't also need volume on top of that. Also, just for the record, I didn't know that it was a hook for everyone to sing in the chorus. That's just, if I'm being honest with you, that was not the call to action that I received from that. It is a hook. It will stick in my brain. But it wasn't like that call to action for everyone to sing in the chorus wasn't necessarily clear to me from the first listen. We'll see, however, I will say this to be fair with you, Rise. We will see if after I finish the stream and I go in the other room and I go da 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 da, like fuck, it'll work. You know what I mean? So we'll see if that happens. Either way, that's pretty much all I wanted to say about your song. Thank you for allowing us to listen to it together online, to talk about it, provide comments, criticism, feedback, analysis, what have you. We appreciate it. You were the last on our list today. And boy, what a list it was. We had a lot of people. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Oh, actually, you know what? That's not that many people. But still, a 5-hour feedback stream is not bad. Thanks again to my subs for voting on the Unidab notebook. We appreciate you. Look like a ton of new names. Yeah, new names for sure. There was a lot of new people to be certain. So I'm happy about that. The Unidab, I know. Isn't it great, Tips? Isn't it great? Y'all voted for that. Y'all decided that for me. Anyways, Rise UK, thank you once again for trusting us with your track. We appreciate the opportunity to do so. And that will bring us to the end of our queue, ladies and gentlemen. So that's pretty much all I got for you today. I'm going to just check my schedule real quick because I don't see any reason why I wouldn't stream next Tuesday. No, it's next Thursday that I'm busy, so I think next Tuesday we are on, folks. I have no deathcore shows to go to. I have no Ugos to hang out with on that day. So I think we're going to just call it there. thank you very much to everybody who contributed to this stream, who allowed us to listen to their songs and provide the comments and feedback that we always do. We appreciate you. Yeah. Thanks to our new subscribers. Thanks to our old subscribers who are returning in a way. We appreciate every single one of you. We appreciate all our followers as well. I just got nothing but gratitude for all y'all every single fucking week. And it's kind of crazy. It's kind of wild how that happens to me every single week. I'm like, wow, some people actually, contributed to this stream in a very lovely way. I'm really happy about that. I'm surprised almost. It's weird because it's like this self-confidence thing, obviously, where I'm not sure I am worthy of your attention, of your impressions, of your time, of some of your money. It's like a self-confidence thing, I suppose, that I got to work on. But I appreciate you all. I appreciate you all. Thank you so much for tuning in, folks. We'll be back next week, but until then, toodaloo, motherfuckers. Take care, y'all.
Far from the place where you feel them today. Oh, see how they weigh like iron in your pockets on a warm summer day.